The December 11th meeting of the Scarborough Planning Board will please come to order, and we please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Doreen, will you please call the roll?
Rachel Henriksen.
Here.
Anything?
Here.
Healy.
Here.
Jennifer Ladd. Here. James Hebert is not here right now. Noah Perlett.
Here.
Bennett Flanders.
Here.
Thank you. James Hebert is scheduled to be here, but in his absence, Noah Perlett is the first alternate and will be a voting member. Item 3.01, approval of the minutes, November 20th, 2023. Is there a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Roger Beely. Any suggestions, changes, emendations, corrections? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Rachel Henriksen.
Yes.
Mike King.
Yes.
Roger Beely.
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd. Yes. Noah Perlett.
Yes.
Thank you. Minutes are approved. Item 4.01, Scannell Properties LLC is requesting master plan review of a 30,560 square foot warehouse with a separate office space and 3-bay maintenance shop. The project also includes a vehicle circulation yard, fueling area, and an axle scale. The property is located on the former Beach Ridge Motor Speedway site at 70 Holmes Road, Assessors Map R, 32, Lot 14. For the town, Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Scannell is in front of the planning board tonight with a master plan proposal for redevelopment of the former Beach Ridge Motor Speedway. Since the project would develop over 5 acres, it's required by the zoning ordinance to go through a plan development process. This process includes a site inventory and analysis as well as a master plan. A site inventory and analysis was presented at the end of 2021 and in early 2022. Outlining developable areas and potential constraints to any application. In February of 2022, the planning board indicated it was comfortable with the site inventory and analysis phase of the project, so it could move forward to a master plan. No master plan for that particular proposal was ever received, and then the board received the sketch plan review for the current proposal for the October 30th meeting. And at that meeting, the board indicated it was comfortable using the existing site inventory and analysis, which the applicant has provided as reference for the application. The applicant is currently proposing this work in the light industrial zoning district, which has specific standards for development along Holmes and Two Rod Road. Staff's primary concerns revolve around water supply, fire suppression, traffic mitigation, and breaking up the large parking area. With that, I turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant, please state your name and your role.
Yep. So good afternoon, Justin Alashik with Scannell Properties, representing this project. So Eric did a great job introducing. As mentioned, the previous site inventory analysis remains unchanged. There's been no additional work on site, but that has been provided just as a refresher for the board and just a reminder of what was previously planned out there. So the proposed master plan submitted for our proposed truck terminal remains largely unchanged from our initial sketch plan submission, which was introduced at the planning board meeting last month. We still note the pedestrian stalls first off of Holmes Road with the tractor parking directly adjacent to it. The maintenance shop is at the planned northeast side with the lube shed as far away from the abutters as we can place it on site. One addition to this master plan is the highlighting of potential development area, which has been noted in yellow on the attached. These are areas where there's no formal planned improvements for our site, but have been identified as potential expansion areas, just areas that we don't necessarily want to claim will not be developed again, it's highlighting areas that are outside of the existing wetlands, the vernal pools, et cetera. Additionally, on this master plan, we have identified several areas that we would propose to remain as existing vegetated buffers. That would include a 200-foot section adjacent to the residential abutters along Two Rod. That would extend from their property line into our site, and that existing vegetation would remain unchanged. Additionally, the existing wetlands that are on the right side of the page there, we would propose no impacts to that existing forested wetlands outside of a potential small crossing if a future stormwater BMP would be required in that area. Those areas, we would be open to the discussion of granting a conservation easement or other means to memorialize those areas as non-developable spaces. In addition to these existing vegetated buffers, we are still proposing the heavy evergreen and deciduous tree buffers along Holmes Road, Two Rod Road, and the nearest adjacent residential homeowner, the Peltons, who don't have the benefit of a large existing landscaped buffer adjacent to their property. As previously discussed, in addition to screening, this proposed berm would act as a sound buffer from our proposed developments. And we have received preliminary recommendations from our sound engineer on the size and scope of that proposed sound buffer. It is being designed to meet the main DEP requirements for this type of industrial and commercial use, which is to limit the decibels heard on adjacent abutters to a 60 decibel max. And for reference, just 60 decibels, that's approximately the sound of a normal conversation, the washing machine in your home, or the air conditioner, an air conditioner hum. The memorial is still planned at the intersection of Holmes Road and Two Rod Road, and that will be continued to be coordinated with Warren and Denise Hamilton. We had an initial meeting over Teams to discuss the first pass at a concept and take some of their suggestions.
Could I hold you
and
just for a moment,
Yes.
please? Denise, please, excuse me, Doreen, please note that Jim Hebert has arrived and will take over voting. Thank you.
Apologies, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, sorry.
Not a problem. One of the big discussions I know that was had at our sketch plan submission was just a justification for the amount of impervious area, parking stalls, trailer stalls, tractor stalls that are currently located on this site. We went back to our tenant, did some additional digging on what is driving those requests, and essentially this is representative of a full build-out condition for this facility. It is not required for day one, but factoring in the length of time that they would be signing the lease, along with industry standard growth for a truck terminal such as this at 2 to 4% per year, that is going to increase both the employee counts and the potential traffic to and from that facility. As such, we have modified our traffic memo to essentially assume a full build out at day one. So all of our traffic analysis will contemplate the potential 25-year build outs of this facility. So with that, we are currently proposing 103 employee stalls, 70 tractor stalls, 132 pup stalls, which are essentially the shorter trailers, the 28-foot trailers, and what you would see on a double on the highway. 53 van stalls, which are typically the full-size trailers. And again, that represents the potential growth of this facility over a 25-year period. The reasoning behind providing all of that day one is just the fact that each time that they would need to expand the facility, say it's every 5 years, that would require additional GC mobilizations. They would have to come back to us as the landlord and essentially get it approved. It would be at our discretion on whether or not we would provide them with the required stalls. So this is just a way that they can guarantee that they get exactly what they need for their planning purposes. As noted previously, it's anticipated that this facility will employ 48 full-time employees and 6 part-time employees. That will include the truckers, the office staff, administrative, the service technicians in the maintenance shop, et cetera, the package handlers inside the buildings. Fire protection, that is going to be provided via an automatic sprinkler system, private underground fire tank, and pump system, meeting both the NFPA 1 and NFPA 13 standards. In addition, we had an introductory meeting with Scarborough Deputy Fire Chief John Brennan and Brad Loon with the State Fire Marshal's office to discuss the proposed design of that fire tank and identify any preliminary concerns. As a result of that meeting, the primary consideration that we need to take into account when designing the system is just planning for fire department capabilities in addition to what's required for the building suppression system. And we should have more detailed information on that piece later this week. As mentioned, noise will continue to be buffered via the berm. Based on preliminary findings of the sound reports, the size of our previously planned berm will be increased. Previously, we had anticipated a 7-foot berm, which was located directly adjacent to the trailer stalls. As a result of our preliminary analysis, that is going to be increased to 8 feet on over the majority of the berm area, with a small portion on the planned north side of the Pelton property being increased to 12 feet. And a copy of that sound study will be provided with the full site plan submission once it's confirmed with the final grading plan provided by Sebago Technics. One other big item, which was a conversation at the last meeting, was simply the water and sanitary demand, since this will be on well and septic. Again, we are utilizing 8 gallons per day per employee over a 24-hour period, which is based off of the Maine State Subsurface Wastewater Disposal Rules Manual issued by the Department of Health and Human Services for septic design. In addition to the master plan submission, I did want to touch on some of the questions and comments we received from the board, which don't necessarily directly tie to the master plan, but wanted to offer that additional information to the board at this time. One of the discussions was in regard to EV capabilities and future-proofing the existing facility. So our proposed tenant, they're very active across their entire company pursuing green energy initiatives, such as on-site solar capabilities, vehicle electrification, and alternate fuel for vehicles, and has a corporate goal to be carbon neutral by 2040. The project will be providing 5 installed electric vehicle charging stations for their pedestrian lot, in addition to all of the town-required EVCS equipment. However, as it relates to long-haul trucking, the technology simply isn't there to provide at this time, just based on the needs of the tenant for a range and, essentially, you know, the downtime required to charge the vehicles. It's just not the technology isn't to the point where having a fleet of electric vehicles for these facilities is feasible at this time. However, that does not preclude the site from installing it at a later date, as typically the electric service for those EV charging stations are its own separate service due to the required size and demands that the EV chargers take. And essentially, as noted by the board last time, you know, talking about the block heaters, that conduit can be reused for electric vehicle chargers and tractor chargers at a later date once that technology progresses. Just some minor discussion points. It was asked what the Deadpool parking on site adjacent to the planned south side of the maintenance shop was for. That is simply an area where tractors, which are scheduled to be serviced, will be parked until they can be worked on by the on-site techs. The relay parking, that's going to be used primarily for breaking down and unhooking of trailers, as opposed to the typical relay freight operation where they're swapping out drivers or anything along those lines. It was requested just the anticipated idle time in that spot, and the response we received from our tenant is that per their policy, they do not idle their vehicles if the driver is not in his seats. The vehicle must be turned off. Finally, you know, it was mentioned by, I believe, Mr. Perlett about just further digging into the potential to extend water and sanitary to this site, and look at more creative ways to get it there. Unfortunately, the cost for that service are the costs. We had Sebago Technics provide an updated opinion of cost to get that service to this facility. And water alone is roughly $4.3 million, and that is just the installation and furnishing of materials for water. Sanitary is an additional $3.7 million, in addition to potential offsite or downstream improvements to improve the capacity of what we're tying into. Pavement and erosion control rehab are another $230,000. And then project soft costs, which would include design, permits, bonds, et cetera, is another 1.5 million. So approximately 9.7 million to get utilities out here. With a project of this size and the demand that we are truly taking for this facility, it's just not feasible for one project to shoulder. If this was being designed as more of a larger park with multiple users that could spread out that cost, it would be more feasible, but unfortunately it's a single user. With that, I know I rambled on for quite some time. I will open it up to the board and any neighbors.
Thank you. We have received some communications from the neighbors on December 10th. We received a letter from Denise Hamilton, and that will be placed in the record. We also received a second letter, I believe, from Denise Hamilton, that also will be placed into the record. And we received a letter from, if I can find the name here, Daniel Dickinson. That will also be placed in the record, but I would appreciate it if you could come back up for just a moment. I have a question about this letter.
Yep.
And that is, have you had any conversation with Mr. Dickinson about what he has requested in terms of an easement?
Yes, so we had an initial conversation with Mr. Dickinson. Simply, I know he had spoken at our sketch plan submission. He had reached out after that initial meeting. And we had a conversation just about his existing land position south of our site. And just, he gave us a high-level background on some of the discussions he's had with Portland Water District regarding, alternate routes for a water extension, which wouldn't go down Holmes Road, which would actually cut across some of his private property in an effort to service this area. It's our understanding that Portland Water District is unsupportive of any of the alternate routes, even though they are a little bit shorter than what it would take to get down Holmes Road. And the only route that they would be supportive of is down the public roadway. As it relates to a granting of a potential easements, we've indicated that we are open to a discussion. Nothing's been agreed upon. We would have to clear that since it is accessed through our tenant sites. We would have to ensure that they would be comfortable with outside traffic, utilizing an access drive where it's not necessarily servicing our site, but still cut through the property. So we have left it as we'll continue the conversation, and if it is a benefit to all involved, we will continue to pursue it. One item that I did request and did state to Daniel is that we would not be including any traffic analysis from his potential development with ours. He will have to shoulder that responsibility to get his approvals, and we do not want any potential traffic generated from his project to be a part of the considerations for this one. And if that becomes a requirement, then we would state that we would not be in support of providing that easement.
Thank you. This item now is available again for public comment. If you have a comment to make and you are in the room, please approach the podium. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address. If you're online, please use the raise hand function and you will be called. We've got a couple of folks checking on that here. Let's handle the folks in the room first. Again, 3 minutes. As you're pretty much close, I'll start to frantically signal you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to make a point that the link to this meeting is not on our town calendar. So if there's anyone out there watching this via YouTube, you can email me at aspeer, ASPEER at scarboroughmaine.org, and I will say your comments, or if you just want, that's all I have to work with right now. I'm trying to figure out, but that's what I have.
It's been uploaded to the town's board docs page as well, so.
It's on board docs, but you can't found, okay, so if you go through, for everyone watching, if you go to the planning board under government and committees, and then go to board docs, it's just not on the town's main calendar. That link is empty. Thank you.
Thank you. Technology is wonderful. Thank you.
Donna Jackman, 175 Two Rod Road. I've been a resident of Scarborough for almost 76 years, and I've lived on 175 Two Rod Road for 50 years. The concern I have for this development is the water situation. We have a point. We don't have a driven well. We used to get water in our cellar until the subdivision was built across the street, and they have a retention pond down at the end. And what has happened is the water has been pulled out there. That's, I mean, we're not complaining about the cellar problem, but we do know that we have lost water. On a dry, not this summer, but the summer before, it was so dry all the time that my husband would be checking it because we could see the sand at the bottom. We're very diligent in the way we use the water. We don't wash the car. I don't think anybody does in that area because of the problem with the water. that I look at, I don't know exactly what they're going to be putting in for water. But I just feel that it would be pulling more from us and we could end up with no water in that whole area. I'm very concerned for that. I also am concerned for the traffic. I don't know if any of you people have been up in the Payne Road, Holmes Road area lately, but it's like a stream of traffic. I mean, it can be nonstop right up to the mall. And bringing in more traffic into that area. And not just that, we have something being built on Gorham Road and Muzzy Road, apartments. It's like, it's unbelievable. It's worse than the city as far as I'm concerned. And I do have a concern for the traffic situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Are we allowed to ask, when general public speaks, is the board allowed to ask them questions, or is it that we're just taking public comment?
We are taking public comment, but I would suggest that if you have a question less of the public than something that triggers a response in you to ask of the applicant. That is something the public has said that leads you to want to know more and to get some response from the applicant.
Warren Hamilton, 167 Two Rod Road. Pretty much going to say the same thing Donna just talked about. We've all lived there a long, long time. I grew up there and I'm old, so it's been a while. Donna's brother Phil lived there almost all his adult life, right between us. Unfortunately, his health isn't well enough to be here, but I'm sure he would be telling you the same thing. We've all lived there a long time and we're scared to death that we're going to run out of water. My water is way down. I used to be able to dig a hole outside my house and get water. Not anymore. I used to have a point like them. Not anymore. I've got a dug well and it's low. And this was a really rainy summer. They're going to run our wells dry. We had a meeting yesterday at the track office with the developer and didn't go well. First of all, he invited the previous owner, who nobody on the Two Rod Road has any respect for whatsoever. We've been lied to too many times by him. They wouldn't answer our questions. We asked them a couple of blunt questions. They wouldn't answer. We asked them, what would happen if our wells go dry? Are you guys going to take care of us? Is the town going to take care of us? Or are we just going to have no water? What's the deal? Maybe we can run a hose down there to plantation or something, get some water. I mean, our wells are an issue. We got to have, and just because they can't afford to run water up there, that's not our problem. They're the one who chose this location. There's 25 acres right down the road, less than a half mile, on water and sewer that would accommodate this project perfectly. I don't know why they feel the need to come up and destroy our neighborhood and run our wells dry. That's what's going to happen. There's going to be a real issue if it does. It's in the traffic again. I got off the turnpike Saturday afternoon about 12 o'clock. I had to wait 6 traffic lights to get from the turnpike to the Holmes Road. Traffic was backed up past the traffic light at Higas Parkway. There's too much traffic. We're overbuilding that section of town. We can't, what are we gonna do? We're putting the cart before the horse here. We need infrastructure before we need all this development. All I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Is there anyone else in the room? Do we have anyone online? We do. Go ahead.
Be all set. Okay, go ahead, Lori.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me?
Oh, we can, yes.
Okay, my name is Lori Baxter and I live at 1 Kennebago Drive. I I have not been a neighbor or a house owner in this neighborhood like many of the speakers before me. But I chose to build my house here in 2016 due to the fact that Beech Ridge was located in the premises that they're now speaking of. And I would not have chosen to build my house here in 2016 if this proposed project was in existence in that area. I have the same exact concerns that the speakers before me had. My well is a concern. The noise is still a concern for me, as well as the traffic. But the impact on our wells, I think, is just weighing heavy on us, and we don't really have a reassuring answer from anyone on how this would be handled or dealt with if and when a crisis is going to occur. And I just don't feel like this is the site that's suited best for this type of business. It's our neighborhood, it's our home, and we want to protect the quiet, peaceful environment that we have. So I sentiment the same things: the well concern, the noise, the traffic, all very big concerns for me as well. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, put them on.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Denise Hamilton, 167 Two Rod Road. I'll make it quick because I'm in an online class that I just logged off of momentarily. I just have a couple of comments, not pertaining to my letter, but staff comments. On page 1 of staff comments under performance standards, it says that the requires light industrial uses not create any offensive smoke, dust, odor, vibration to abutting landowners, and that it will not involve storage or handling of hazardous waste. This also would be under the good neighbor ordinance. Diesel fuel smells. Hundreds of tractor trailers with diesel smell is going to cause an odor, probably as much, if not more, than the marijuana smell next door to us. There's going to be backup alarms all hours of the day and night. That's noise. It's against the good neighbor ordinance. Under the utilities, it's indicated that the applicants indicated the project does not exceed the above, so the standard is met. Yet on the engineer's memo, it clearly states that on number 3, that it has not been met. So the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing here, and everybody needs to get on the same page. Like Warren said, the town and the developers are putting the cart before the horse. You need to start talking to the taxpayers and the neighbors and what's in our best interest, not in the best interest of the developers. This is affecting our water. This is affecting our safety with traffic. In the last month alone, there has been 4 accidents on Payne Road and Holmes Road, 2 of which were fatalities. And you're going to contribute to this by allowing this. And this trucking company, we know who the trucking company is. And 18 trucks were sitting at a traffic light coming out of their Portland location just the other day. 18 trucks sitting at the traffic light at Holmes Road will be backed up over the turnpike. There's no getting around. You cannot add any additional lanes coming over the turnpike unless you're going to widen that bridge. This is a bad idea. This is a bad area of town. And why don't you ask the applicant, would they want this in their backyard? Because they would not answer us last night. Thank you.
thank you. Anybody else? No? Nope, and nobody in the room? The hearing is closed, and I'm going to just take a couple of minutes actually to ask Angela for some discussion or her wisdom around water studies and traffic studies and where we are on those.
So we are still discussing with the traffic engineer. I don't know if the applicant has any updates. Maybe it's best to maybe start with them and I can chime in if you guys.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you're probably going to get asked a lot of questions, so.
Mike.
Yep, so in regards to the traffic study, we did just receive confirmation of the overall scope of the analysis of our traffic study. I believe that was last week. With that being set in stone, that will trigger the next phase of our traffic analysis, which would include detailed studies of the Holmes and Payne Road intersections, the Holmes Road corridor, as well as a detailed analysis of our ingress egress point on site. One of the items which I know had been discussed previously is the incorporation of a left turn lane into our facility. That is planned to be provided. It's not shown on the plans currently, simply because that design has not been completed yet. We have preliminary feedback from Diane Morabito with Seawall on the dimensions of that. But we just need to get that on a engineered set of plans, which would come with the site plan submission.
Water?
Water, we are currently working, Amy, do you recall Drumlin? We're working with Drumlin on the water well analysis to determine where best to locate it on site. So that is in process. We just received their initial well report. I think Owen's got that to me this weekend. So that is still being reviewed internally for our purposes, just to make sure that our it's feasible to go well on the sites. In response to some of the concerns the neighbors had about their wells running dry, one of the items we did offer up last night is to include them in the scope of our water well analysis, just to evaluate their existing situation and where their groundwater currently sits. Some of the statements regarding the water levels on their sites contradict some of the borings that we took on parts of our property that are further away, which means that there is groundwater there. It's just not getting to the abutters just based on the natural drainage patterns out there. One other item what's that? They were taken a couple months ago. In addition to this analysis, they're going to perform a full water balance analysis to determine where that water wants to go on site. So all these are being considered. It's just we need to get it to a point where we can get these detailed studies released and be able to more definitively address some of these concerns.
All right, thank you. Angela?
Yeah, so I guess a couple things to follow up. So obviously the town staff would be interested in seeing any of those analysis. Sounds like you talked more about location than maybe capacity.
Yep.
And I guess I would turn to the board and say, similarly, you guys a lot of times look at septic kind of plumes or different analysis with different utilities. Similarly, with these analysis coming in, we can have a expert or peer review of those. If that is what the board wishes, that's really at your discretion to direct the staff to have another peer review of that piece.
Before we leave that, can I get a thumbs up or down on requesting the additional independent analysis?
Well, it would be a peer review like we do with traffic.
Yeah, in other words,
Yeah.
okay, because, yeah, I think that's pretty unanimous. We would like to see that.
And then as far as traffic goes, I think there's still discussions, ongoing. I know the board has had concerns with, just looking at like parking stalls and what we are kind of anticipating for traffic. I know, there is concerns, currently at the intersection of Holmes and Payne Road about turning movements. And when you're talking about kind of these tandem trucks, they would not currently be able to fit through that intersection to take that left from Payne onto Holmes. I think in our staff review, we also talked about the structural integrity kind of Holmes Road and that kind of truck traffic and even shoulders and kind of that cross section and what that looks like. I know they talked about the turning lane. So I think what they're showing us right now is that it doesn't necessarily trigger the DOT traffic movement permit, which means a lot of discretion would fall on this board. It would really put the onus on this as the entity to kind of look at that. Unfortunately, that's probably a lot to put on your plate, but I think it'll be a lot of conversations that we're gonna have to probably be a little more weedy than we typically would, because a lot of times we rely on DOT to kind of get in at those details.
All right, thank you. Let me suggest
Madam
that the.
Chair, can I just ask a question on that?
Yes, just a minute. But let me suggest that the more information we get, the more comfortable we'll feel as we start to dig into some of these issues. Rick?
Yeah, I'm wondering if we have the authority to require the applicant to do a TMP.
I guess you'd be requiring the DOT to do it, right?
Yeah.
It's their process. I guess I know our peer reviewer has had conversations with DOT in Region 1. They are pretty swamped on the ones that are required, so I find it hard to believe that they would add this to their plate, but they've also been a very good resource for us and kind of guidance, so we might be able to.
So we can use them as technical resources. If,
At their limited capacity, right? 'cause
Yeah,
they are
well-
very busy.
And if I could add to that as well, part of the completeness items for the formal site plan review include such other information or plans necessary to be able to ensure the board can determine that the project meets the town's ordinances. So the site plan review ordinance certainly does speak to that, getting that more information. So the board does have that tool at its disposal if it wishes to use it.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think that's helpful in terms of some of the subjects, the concerns that people have, but basically what you're saying is it's all in the works. So we have to wait to see what it looks like.
Essentially, before we trigger those, we need to make sure the site's not shifting and, get a definitive master plan approval before we can trigger a lot of those more detailed analyses and full engineered plans and things of that nature.
I think I understand that answer. Okay, let me turn this over to the board. Let me start down with Mr. Meinking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate you and the effort you've done, and I appreciate that you've had a meeting with the abutters. I'm wondering if you could provide this board in any future submission, any minutes to those meetings that you have so that we can take a look at it. There's been a lot of information you put out today, which goes back to when you were here before, and I certainly think you're in best faith trying to move forward. That being said, I hear a lot of concern about traffic, and I just want to make sure that we do our due diligence. So the information around that with our peer reviewer is going to be very important for us. Looking at your plans, I'm seeing a lot of wetlands and the future potential development areas. And, this would be a great opportunity to try to lock this land in our conservation portfolio. And certainly, I think some of this could be to your advantage when we talk about what is the water supply. There's a lot of information we don't have yet to make any call on, what the water supply is. But based on, I believe you said 48 employees using 8 hours a day, using 8 gallons a day.
12 gallons a day.
Oh, now I gotta redo my math. But anyway, that's, somebody could put in a multifamily complex and you would double that water usage.
Oh, it would be substantially higher.
So, but I'm concerned about the abutters and their concerns and some of the history that they're dealing with. So the water is going to be something that you're going to have to come back to us with some solid analysis and proof that thou shalt do no harm.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
And I appreciate the increasing the buffer on the abutter Pelton, I think it is, going to 12 feet. What's the height of the first plantings that you're gonna do?
What is the requirement? Is it I think a lot of times it's caliper, it's not necessarily height.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
It would
Yeah,
be, okay.
10 to 12 feet, okay. And there's a lot of town on the board that probably knows a heck of a lot more than I do.
And Amy
On
knows a
that.
heck of a lot more than I do, so.
But I do appreciate the efforts in increasing that buffer, the height of the buffer for the abutters. Overall, I think, there's a lot of unknowns here. There's, I'd love to see the sound analysis that will get you to the 60 decibels. The proof is always in the details.
Yep.
But I think from my standpoint, I would not say this is a dead deal. I want to see more information. I think, the good neighbor ordinance and all of that means something to everybody. And I think by communicating and defining what the issues are and addressing those to somewhat of a satisfaction, you're never going to please everybody all of the time. But I'm more concerned of making sure that our ordinances are complied with and that we're not doing any harm. And for that matter, Madam Chair, am comfortable with so far the efforts that this applicant is coming to this board with in presenting a master plan that, in my opinion, could move to a site plan so that we could get further detail on some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen?
I appreciate the first question that I had to do with the inventory of parking provided and shown on these plans. And so I appreciate the background that you provided on that. I'm not actually sure how many years I've been on this board, but it's enough to see that, things change over time. And so I'm pretty uncomfortable building something today for a parking capacity that you're anticipating 25 years from now. Respectfully, understanding the cost efficiency that may come from doing that today. So I guess I would, on future submissions, I would really like to see, I'd like to better understand what you need today, what you need on day one, and maybe what you need for parking inventory through 5 years or 10 years or something. But, and I don't know the business background from the tenant here that you're proposing. Obviously, they know that better for themselves. So maybe some history to that end from prior sites might be helpful. But, in my opinion, it's so much can change over that long period of time that to create such a large impervious area in in a very sensitive, in an area where the water penetration down, below grade is very important, is something that's uncomfortable to me. So having some more information on that, maybe phasing out, bubbling out areas reserved for future parking, things like that, would be helpful. You talked about sound already. That was also helpful in terms of stormwater and water in general. I know that, you'll come forward with additional detailed plans, but certainly allowing us to really understand the topography of this site and where runoff is going would be helpful. The utilization of low impact development this sort of seems like a poster child site for that, in my opinion, because even if you are technically proposing to capture stormwater runoff off of this large paved area and treat it in a stormwater detention pond, very common treatment. I think the changes on behalf of the town recently really kind of speak to a desire to treat that even before you get to that point. And then again, more so, in regard to the numerous comments about concerns for groundwater here, I just think the less, the shorter distance that water has to travel, the quicker that we can infiltrate it back into the ground, and the more varied ways of doing that. So through different filtration medias, it's going to be cleaner than running off, and picking up parking lot grime before being treated in the larger stormwater pond. So I would really encourage you to look at implementing some of those strategies within this parking area. I'm also very curious about whether or not there is any opportunity to use some of that runoff toward your fire suppression system. That probably requires a lot of filtering that I am not an expert on, but given that you will need I forget the term that you use in your material, but robust, a pretty elaborate, I think, system in order to protect this facility, and you are not able to draw that off of a public water system, the utmost in creativity, I think, would serve you well and serve the town and the neighbors well here too. So
I will say that did get brought up in our initial conversation with the deputy chief and the state, and it's certainly an option. One of the items that make it tricky is that we have to guarantee that water
Certain amount
supply,
of water.
and if that freezes, we can't guarantee it.
Mhm.
So it was discussed about a potential dry hydrant there that pulls off of the ponds, but it might not be a permanent solution for us.
Sure. Definitely would be looking for internally landscaped islands within the parking area. And then I guess on traffic, I understand, well, first of all, the comment about the TMP not being required by DOT, fine. But I know that they're busy. I know that well. But I don't think that them being busy should be a reason for us to not sufficiently study the impacts of this site on the neighborhood. And so to the extent that we can use them as a resource, follow their TMP guidelines, whatever that looks like for this board, I think that we should do that. Because I think what we're hearing, and not just from this project, but from others and in other facets of town, is that the primary route to this site is coming through what is feeling to everyone like a very constrained intersection. And I think that to not study that further and the impact that this operation would have on that would be incorrect of us, particularly for trucking, which, when the DOT, when you are looking at those triggers, TMP, no TMP, it's trips, right? So one truck trip counts as one trip, but trucks are really long. So multiple trucks queuing up at an intersection, that's going to have the same impact lengthwise as half again as many cars, maybe. So
Yep.
I definitely want to make sure that we are looking into that more appropriately.
I can kind of touch on that as well. So the way that we're required to analyze those trip generations, it's actually passenger car equivalents. So
Okay,
it
yeah.
takes the truck data and turns it into pedestrian vehicles, and anything over 100 passenger car equivalents is what triggers that permit.
Okay, great.
But we're certainly going to provide you a full traffic study and
Sure.
utilize Bill Bray as a review, a peer reviewer.
Great. In terms of equivalency, I'm not sure if there's also a weight equivalent provided, but I think Angela's comment about, better understanding what the makeup of Holmes Road is so that we're not, say this project gets approved, but because of the heavier vehicle loading, we're looking at a rapid degradation of this stretch of roadway than maybe we would be used to seeing normally. So maybe that looks like cores in the road or, whatever your, however you can provide that information to us, I think would be helpful. I like the do no harm, terminology. And I also, I know that there was a comment in the material about the impact of this activity on maybe the bike ped activity happening on Holmes Road currently. And while we can probably all say that, this is maybe not the same, that this roadway facility doesn't see the same volume of that type of activity as we sometimes see in other parts of town. I just, the risk to me feels very high. So it may be low likelihood, but a very high risk. A tractor trailer truck and a person on a bicycle, there's no question there how that ends. And so if there's the opportunity to look at wider shoulders or any other sort of appropriate mitigation to accommodate that in light of the town's complete streets efforts elsewhere, I would be interested in looking into that too. So those are just some of my initial comments. Oh, sorry, lastly, with regard to the impact, I forget the actual wording of the comment. Know that the project will not unduly impact neighbors in terms of dust, odor, et cetera. I'm curious if you plan to do any sort of pre and post evaluations to that end. So how can we know that you're not impacting dust or odor after the fact? And is there any plan in place to do some sort of monitoring or data collection before you start?
Items like that, so particularly noise, there's a pre and post. Dust would be difficult to measure. I mean, currently it's gravel, soil, parking areas. This is going to be fully paved. So dust generation, this isn't a quarry or anything like that. So there's really no dust generation. Emissions all meet national, federal requirements for emissions. There's not necessarily any air quality monitoring that we could propose, to my knowledge, outside of, I would be speaking out of my depth if I said that I knew there was a way to do a pre-post there. As far as vibrations, it's, again, not a quarry. It's a vehicle driving around a site. It's not creating earthquakes. So seismic activity is going to be, it's not going to be on this site. It'd be the same thing as a roadway.
All right, thank you. Roger?
Thank you.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry,
I
Autumn, I
wanted
was,
to add request confirmation on your comment about landscaping in the parking areas. Are you talking about all of the parking areas or a portion? I just wanted to get clarity on that for.
I mean, that's our standard, right?
Right.
Yeah, so I would say all,
All of it.
if it's a parking lot, I think that we should be seeing
That's what I wanted to make sure that.
pervious areas
Okay.
periodically.
you.
Yeah, thanks.
We can work with staff on that. My only hesitation is these are semis and those trees are gonna get run over. So if staff would be open to us proposing those elsewhere on site in strategic locations, ultimately, we're certainly providing them in the pedestrian area. That is typical, but just the size of these vehicles, those trees won't stand a chance. They will be run into. They run into bollards on site. It happens on these facilities. So if we can identify areas where they can be better protected, we still get the vegetation, but they don't get destroyed.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Roger.
I'm actually not going to talk too much about the actual site itself because I think we covered quite a bit of that last time you were here. But this is, I've been thinking about this all weekend off and on because it's such a challenging situation in the area with no infrastructure, basically. What's interesting to me is this land was zoned for this light industrial back in 2013 when the town was looking for additional light industrial areas. And what I find also interesting is that there's two lots behind what you're proposing that are kind of landlocked. And they're looking for access. And the only access could be out to Holmes Road. So let me just start with that, Mr. Dickinson. Does anybody know whether he's ever had any conversations with the Beach Reach Speedway before? Did that ever come up, any discussions?
I couldn't speak to the previous owners.
Okay.
I know he was interested in acquiring the property previously, but I don't know if there was access
Oh, he was
discussed with Andy Cusack.
He was interested in acquiring the racetrack?
Yes, prior to Eastern Retail.
Okay.
Purchasing the property.
Okay. Because that's all zone light industrial, so theoretically something could go in there if he had access out to Holmes Road. Because he can't go on to Two Ride.
Correct.
So, and on this here, when I'm looking at this, and I won't stay on this one, this topic too long, but it looks to me like where it says potential development area, that could be a potential easement right there.
Correct.
So
Yep.
just a thought on that. I think your challenge is going to be, well, let me ask you this. Ms. Hamilton knows what the potential, operation is called. Are you at liberty to reveal who it is?
I can't confirm or deny at this time. I will have approvals at some point during this process. I just have not gotten their legal department's approval to do so.
Okay, well, this will be, first of all, in the light and industrial, a truck terminal can be in that. It's in the ordinance. It can be in there. So, so in terms of that, that's no problem. But will this be a 24-hour operation?
It has the ability to be 24 hours,
Okay.
90% of the truck traffic, and we can provide you specific data from our tenant, which notes when they're anticipating this traffic coming in. 90% comes between the hours of 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. There are a potential for 1 to 2 trucks arriving late at night, but again, that's 1 to 2 trucks over several hours overnight.
Would the large tractor trailers tend to be coming in overnight versus the smaller?
No, so
vehicles?
this is everything coming here are tractor trailers, and again, it would be 1, maybe 2 max that would be arriving overnight. 90% of that comes during maybe a little bit outside of your typical business hours into the evening, but it's the peak times are 8 to 10 and 4 to 6.
Okay, I think this business is operating now in Portland. And I think it would be very beneficial, whatever information you can get from them pertaining to like the queuing that was referred to by, I think it was Miss Hamilton.
Mhm.
Water usage, anything you can get from them that can be translated to how this place may be operated will certainly be helpful.
Yep. And that has already been a part of our traffic analysis. We essentially have looked at the traffic being generated from the site three ways. One is the traffic directly provided by our tenant. Two is utilizing the ITE manual, which is the engineer standard for these traffic counts. And three, at the request of Bill Bray, was to count the number of trucks at the existing facility. That has occurred on, it's either 2 or 3 occasions, just to confirm the traffic counts from that facility. And we're looking at it on a per square foot basis. So obviously this site's going to be a little bit larger than what's in Portland. They've outgrown that facility. And if we look at it from a per square foot perspective, that's how we've confirmed our numbers. All three are almost exactly the same.
The other problem is the bridge that goes over the turnpike. I mean, that's gonna be a challenge too. Again, depending on what the traffic looks like, the traffic reports. But to answer some of the comments from some of the public, I think it's kind of interesting. We had, before the board, a few years ago, we had a small residential development. You may recall this, Rachel, out on Holmes Road. Yellow Birch, were you on the board then?
I think so.
Yeah, and it was a small residential development, but it was the first time that traffic concerns about Holmes Road came up to the board. Because it's a major artery for people who live west or north, getting into the greater Portland area. And it just never registered. And then what we've seen in town, I would say in the last year, maybe, certainly 2 years, but 1 year, is just all the development taking place right around this Holmes Road, Payne Road, area. I mean, even with and obviously Costco has created a lot of this. So, I'm not, it just creates so many different issues between traffic and the abutters. I think you really have to make sure that we can satisfy the abutters that whether it's sewage from the septic systems or a lack of water, that they're not going to be harmed by anything going on here. And then we got to deal with the traffic, and it's going to be challenging. So I think that's all I have at the moment.
All right, thank you. Jim?
Madam Chair, I'm still putting a couple thoughts together. Would you mind going to Noah first?
I would not mind. Noah, would you mind?
All right. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. Hi, I got a few questions for you. The first is the proposal shows 520 square feet of wetland loss, correct? If I'm reading the proposal right, it's just, that's the end of your story. You're not alternative saying we're going to create similar and appropriate wetland elsewhere to compensate for that. It's just we're going to pave over 520 square feet of wetland. Is that correct?
That is correct. So those are man-made wetlands, so they're not, they don't fall under the Army Corps jurisdiction. The forested wetlands that are on the plan right side, those are naturally occurring wetlands. The ones that are being impacted directly with our proposed development, not potential area or proposed development, those are drainage ditches from the track operations where these wetlands plantings have grown. Again, man-made, very minimal impact. Similarly, the vernal pools, also man-made. We're not going to impact those. Those are going to stay.
Okay. I haven't been on the board long enough to talk about precedents, about how we've dealt with that. Just because it's man-made, it's still a functioning wetland, and I'd like for us to keep that in mind and thinking about that. It is small. I acknowledge 520 square feet is small, but it's also small enough to request replacing that 520 square feet of wetland, if that's something that this group wants to think about. Okay, thank you. So I did want to ask you more questions about the water. First of all, I want to thank you for asking your consultant to dig into some of the statistics, some of the financial data around water and sewer. That is helpful context. It's missing two critical pieces, though. The first critical piece is that, yes, that's the total cost. However, you also have a cost for a separate system. And so what's important to this group is not the total cost, but it's the delta in cost between, is your current system, I forget the exact, how much of that was just water. So I apologize, the 9.7. Can you tell, was it?
It's about $5 million for water.
Okay, great.
If we were to look at it as a water installation alone, it's about $5 million.
Perfect. Okay, so let's work with that number, 5 million. You coming back and saying, well, yeah, it's going to cost us 4 million for the other project. That's an important conversation for us to have.
Yep.
If you're going to come back and say, oh, it's cost us $200,000 for the other project, that's also an important delta. And so really that delta is what we need to be talking about and focusing on.
So that pricing data will be received Wednesday of this week.
Perfect.
And that's
Great.
We willing and happy to share that. Obviously, we're gonna have to vet the bids a little bit, but and making sure that it's adequately designed, but that information is coming.
Absolutely. Because there is a balance, I think, from this group with public good. And that public good comes from a cost and benefit where these large trucks are going to have over long term an undue impact on the road infrastructure. And that road infrastructure is going to then have to be paid for by the taxpayers, right? So likewise, when you're thinking about water infrastructure, it's sort of like, again, a kind of a give and take of investment over the long term. Because I agree that installing water infrastructure up the road would turn out to be a public benefit for other communities that then tap into it, right? So some of that cost would be on your project's back. But this is something that I really encourage this board to think very hard about. So I'm especially sympathetic to the landowners. I appreciate what they're saying. What they're saying makes sense to me, understanding how water flows. And I think that's something we need to be very, very, very mindful of. Including why? Because you provided us with a map showing an intention at some point to basically double the size of development here, which means we're having a conversation about water for this one piece with an intention of then having perhaps twice, perhaps more demands on water in the future with this proposed development. And so in some respects, bringing water, public water and sewer there is really a long-term investment for what you plan to come to in the future as well. And not only saying, well, we're only thinking about this project for this. You own the whole parcel, right?
We would own the whole parcel, yes.
Okay, right. You would own the whole parcel. And so it would be in your purview to decide, okay, we're going to propose lots of other projects on these others, which would also need water, right?
One of the considerations that you're not taking into account is the fact that since this is served by septic, we're limited in the amount of water usage at that 2,000 gallons per day. And if I understand the ordinance correctly, that's not per project, it's per site. So with this facility taking a substantial portion of that 2,000 gallons in the septic system, there's not a lot of leftover water capacity for other users. Again, we wanted to highlight these areas. As Roger mentioned, there's a potential access if Mr. Dickinson requests it and we can come to terms to that. That's his prerogative. That's us being a good neighbor to him to help him with his developments. Again, as Jennifer said, things change over time and there's a chance that our tenant might need more parking and we just can't, we can't put 30 acres of a site that is developable into we can't say it's not going to be developed.
Yep.
Because we also need to look out for our business interests as well.
Totally.
And that's where, we are happy to work with conservation easements or dedicating some of these wetlands areas to the town. And I think we can reach a nice balance between the future needs of the site as well as satisfying some of those conservation requests that you guys have.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm not asking you for any commitments of
Yep.
like, we're going to be building this X, Y, and Z.
Yep.
But you took the intention to show that this very well could happen.
Yeah.
And so given that, it's our due diligence say, well, that's gonna draw more water too. That's gonna have further demands on this conversation, and that we have to think about it holistically. That's all. All right, so that's all my questions. Thank you. And I do apologize. I mean, I have to leave now. I appreciate folks letting me talk, and
And I will say too, it's similar to the EV, and I know you got to run, but it's not precluding our tenant from hooking up to that in the future. I think the ordinance states if water becomes available, they're required to hook into it. So if something happens in the future, somebody down the street wants to develop something and extend that, our tenant's going to be hooking into it because that's their preference as well. They don't want to be on well, but it's just simply cost prohibitive for a single tenant to carry that burden.
we'll have to see what the board decides about
Yeah.
that. I know,
Yeah.
I think the board's heard your opinion on that, and then the board has to decide in due course, right? So
I understand the perspective.
thank you.
Thank you. Have you cogitated enough, Jim?
I have, Madam
Very
Chair.
good.
Thank you very much. A few points I have here, and I did print out a copy of the Good Neighbor Ordinance with me. And going down to section 2B, there's definitions for daytime hours between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday, 7 to 10 on Friday through Saturday. There's a loud offensive noises section, and I'm thinking when you mentioned breaking down and hooking up trailers, the section about engine braking, except in the event of an emergency. Would you be willing to have restrictions on your traffic, I'll say traffic capabilities at night? Would you be able to, at least notionally, or consider having some kind of restriction placed on your site that doesn't allow more than 2 trips per evening?
You know, that's unfortunately a tenant business decision, and I can't make that decision for them.
Gotcha. But maybe you could express that
Mhm.
consideration for them and maybe potentially come back with somewhat of an answer.
I can certainly ask the question.
That's
That's
what
all
we're
I
looking
can,
for.
all I can promise, and
Appreciate that.
we can make the effort, right?
Yep, absolutely. And I appreciate that. And effort is what I'm kind of getting towards here. I mean, looking at and Jen mentioned rapid degradation. I think that's exactly what we're looking at for folks that travel Holmes Road, going down to Payne Road every day. I'm thinking not necessarily the maximum load of trucks that we could potentially try to set here, just determining what the load rating for the road is, but just trying to understand the frequency of the vehicles that are going to be coming through here. It's not just a few 18-wheelers coming through 46 nights a year for race night. It's going to be every single day. And this sort of parlays into my next big thought here. I don't think public water is off the table on this project. I feel like there has to be a way that we can make this work. You said it yourself, it's too much for a single tenant to handle, but what if there were multiple tenants? And this isn't for me to make a decision on, but in an ideal world, I'd love to see a conversation between you, folks from the town, Mr. Dickinson, anyone else in that area interested in maybe having public water seen to their homes. It is cost prohibitive for a single tenant for sure, but I feel like especially in rural areas and especially where we are, where water is such an important resource. And we have a noted, Mr. Hamilton, Warren, you put it exactly right. Water is such an important resource for us here. And instead of doing a lot of renovations and a lot of development, we should be working on our infrastructure. And I see this as a once in a generation opportunity to really bring public water out to an area that really would need this in the future. I mean, we had conversations, and please somebody correct me if I'm speaking here, but we had conversations with the fire department earlier this summer during one of our workshops, and I feel like one of the lines they were mentioning is in North Scarborough, in this area, continued development is going to not necessarily put a strain on their resources, but it's going to require a deeper conversation of what their infrastructure is going to need and what those requirements are going to be. And personally, I would like to hear the fire department weigh in on the benefit of having a hydrant at the corner of Two Rod Road and Holmes Road. I guess would we be allowed to maybe ask them that question, Angela? Would that be awesome? Thank you. I think there's an opportunity for this here. And especially Mr. Dickinson pointed out that it's a possible location for another benefit for the town through a school or community center. And those are certainly things that we need right now. But the point I'm making is that this is an opportunity for an infrastructure project that would not only benefit you, but it would also benefit the town and potential fire department capabilities. It would benefit the residents who have had noted issues with their water. A big commitment on your part, but it really digs into that. We're going to be here for the next maybe 25 years or so, for how long this business will be here, and showing that we are willing to work and go that extra step for the people who have these big concerns. Noise necessarily may not be an issue. Granted, it was 46 days a year. I mean, that is noise that goes by, and people rip up and down Holmes Road all the time. I hear it during the middle of the night when people are driving fast going towards Hollis. But I think there's a possibility for success on all parties here. Determining, I had one note on the EV. Granted, the technology isn't there for long-term, for long-distance trucking for that, but I would like to see a determination on the sizing for the underground EV right now, just showing on plan future conduits to be used for, and determining a likely location of a transformer pad via some coordination with CMP, because you're already going to be doing that coordination now if you're doing any edits to your service size. Figure out where that would be. Barrier conduits now, that's a real cheap thing to do, is just putting an extra pipe cap in the ground, and that would satisfy our desire to see some EV infrastructure slated for the future at this site. I have no issue, I mentioned earlier, with the road discussion with the DOT. I think, again, speaking on infrastructure, it needs to be done. If not now, then when? And this is a very unique and I think excellent opportunity to have these big infrastructure discussions for such a big impact into here. Thank you, Madam Chair. That is all I have for now.
Thank you. And Ben.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, a question regarding the buffer by the Pelton butter. If I understand correctly, there's going to be a 12-foot raised thing, and on top of that is 12 feet of pine trees. Is that what I was hearing?
It
Approximately?
Yep. I'll let Amy speak a little bit more to the details of what would be proposed there.
Just real quick, yeah, so the berm will range in height from 8 feet to 12 feet. And the trees on there will range probably some in the areas not directly adjacent to the Peltons. They might be in the 6 to 8 range when they're installed. And then some others would be 10 to 12 foot range. So that's evergreen. We'll also put in some faster growing deciduous trees so that the kind of closes down that view a little bit quicker.
My understanding was that the Peltons live on the second floor of their home and would prefer not to be watching trucks all day from their windows.
Right,
So
yep.
it's high enough, that makes more sense.
Yeah, in our sketch plan discussion, we talked about preparing some cross sections from their home, understanding that they live on the second floor. We've kind of did some observations on sort of where their windows are in the back portion. So we're going to provide two cross sections for you in the site plan process.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I'm sure this is something you're thinking about, but this whole area of Scarborough, Scarborough Downs and potential for future light industrial areas. I know this, you can't factor into anything that's not built yet, but you can factor in things that are approved or likely to be approved by this board in the Scarborough Downs area. We already have Costco just went in. I mean, everyone's aware that this area is really becoming very congested with traffic. And so I think it'd be very important that your traffic study takes into account not only like what's has been going for the last several years, but think about all the developments that may not even have been completed yet, or even ground's about to be broken on a bunch of stuff in the Downs area that's going to add traffic to this whole thing too.
Yep.
And that's going to be a big concern for us to consider.
We have a copy of the latest traffic impact study for the Downs, and that's in Diane's possession, and she is factoring that into her analysis.
Okay, thank you. I'd also like to echo James's comments about thinking about the water infrastructure, and he's right, you know, and I understand what you're saying about it's not fair for one tenant to carry all that cost, but I think it'd be great if you could have a conversation with some of the other potential people who want to develop the area and think about, you know, just spitballing, maybe you could agree to an easement if they agree to help you out with the water costs or something. I don't know. That sort of thing would be helpful, at least to know if the discussions have been had when we're making our decisions, because those are, it's definitely gonna be a concern. The reason I asked earlier about when the borings were taken is we had a very wet summer. It was disappointing to me. I didn't get to go out to the beach very often because it was just raining every day. But, you know, it's great to have a lot of water, but as some of the, member of the public that spoke earlier mentioned, we don't always have wet summers. And, you know, just because they might have water one year, they may not have it the next year. You gotta be very cautious of that, over a long term. Does anybody know, what year that subdivision was put in?
Yeah,
10 years? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, it's just, you know, over time, sometimes, it could take a period of time for the water table to really lower. You may not notice it right away, and it may continue to lower even as is. So it definitely is a concern that we need to be aware of. I guess I have one more question, maybe for staff or members of the board. What would happen if, you know, so their site says that they will be using less than 2,000 gallons a day of water. Are they required to, I'm sure they are required to monitor how much water they actually are using? If it turns out that they end up using more than that, what happens? Does anybody know?
I believe we could require the monitoring. I would have to defer to Autumn, who's busily looking up the ordinances right now, in terms of what happens if they go over. And it would probably have to be at least a reasonable percentage, not, 1% or whatever. I don't know what would happen. So let me suggest that we end up with this kind of with a parking lot of issues that the board would, questions the board would like to have answered when next we meet, which will be in January. And that might be a simple research on an ordinance.
Yep.
Or it may be that there is no ordinance or no, or, no guidelines as to what happens.
I can say, I can't think of another site we have currently in town that we receive that kind of data. Doesn't mean can't, but it would have to, like you said, think through that. I can't think of an instance.
I think that the intention of the light industrial district was to get water to this side of town. It is the only portion west of the turnpike over here, this portion, and then the properties south and just east of it. It's just a little pod of light industrial. And I wasn't there when this was written, but this is a very small way out, if you will, to not provide water to the site. And yes, they can meet it with this limited use, but it's important to understand that there are also some requirements in the light industrial and the plan development that conservation and access are required through the plan development process to interior lots. And so those are some other things that I think the board should consider moving forward with this review as well.
Thank you. And I'm sure the next time we get a staff memo on this, it will contain all of that information written down in a way that is very clear for us in terms of assisting us to make a decision. Ben, do you have?
Oh, that's all I had, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Gee, this is wonderful. I did ask Eric to take a fast look. I'm sorry that Noah has left, but this will now be available for him if he wants to, the point at which he wants to take a look at the video for this. The light industrial district standards require open space and natural resource conservation. Section G, it looks like from, it's his writing, says, no, that could be an arrow for all, it's an arrow, okay. Says significant wetlands Vernal pools and critical wildlife areas shall be avoided, buffered, and conserved. Though these resources that are greater than 1 acre in site shall be conserved as open space, while smaller significant resource areas may be incorporated into individual building lots or development sites. In a sense, this is part of the master plan that we look at, because Noah had a question about the wetlands that they propose to build on. They have indicated they will, in spite of the fact that it's a man-made vernal pool, that they will buffer that, and that is in accordance with this. I don't think we have anything that says if it's man-made, it doesn't mean anything. But it does say, in terms of those fingers of wetlands, it does use the term significant wetlands. And we can decide that that's not significant, you know, what they have there, the wetlands that they do have. We do have, obviously, a role to play in taking a look at the potential development area. It might be 10 years before they do anything with it, but right now, that area is pretty large and very close to wetlands. I appreciate the effort that you folks are putting in terms of working to conserve or discuss the conservation of those areas, and I strongly urge that you continue to do that and that you expand that conserved area as much as possible. Scarborough has a 30 by 30 goal, which is 30% of the land in Scarborough to be conserved by 2030. You could assist us a great deal by taking a look at those potential development area that is outside of that is to the right of the second wetland impact. That's where there's a significant narrowing, and it is there's a lot of woodlands in there, and that would be ideal conservation area. In terms of an easement that has been addressed, the property owned by Mr. Dickinson fronts Two Rod Road. So on one level, he could put something in there that is not necessarily dependent upon trucks off of Two Rod Road. Two Rod Road has no through trucks, no through trucking. The question that I would like answered is, when it says no through trucking, does that mean no truck can go down there as long as it's not going through? Or can a truck come up to his property from Payne Road and stop there? In other words, what was the intent of that no through trucks? It might be possible that he would be able to have access on Two Rod Road. Certainly, the town council could decide to change the rules at some point and allow for that to happen. It was the town council that decided there be no through trucks there. People change their minds. At the same time, I think a further additional exploration of an easement allowing him to access his property through Holmes Road does provide protection for what's still a very rural area on the rest of Two Rod Road. I do have a concern there, because basically, while there can be an easement and access for a while, all of a sudden there is significant wetlands and an undeveloped area that could be conserved. So I'm not clear on whether that easement actually does honor the concept of the conservation that that we have in the light industrial district. The question I have around of bringing in town water, I believe the pipes would have to be laid under Route 95, is that correct? And does Route 95 officials have a say in what happens and how it is done and what it costs, and do they charge? And in other words, what is the implication for not just MDOT, but for the Turnpike Authority? MDOT we're used to dealing with, I'm not sure we're used to dealing with the Turnpike Authority. And that may be one of the reasons that there have been no attempts at this point to drill or to put piping under Route 95. And that may be a significant barrier, just simply through the Turnpike Authority to providing public water there. Maybe not a barrier in the future, but it could be as there might be some more opportunities out there or more pockets with money, the folks who want to come in there. Right now, I think as a board, we need to know. We need to have a good sense of what might happen there. Angela?
Just to throw out a little bit, staff will definitely we're taking lots of notes to get more information, but it is possible to cross the turnpike. Other municipalities have done it with sewer and water within the past probably 10, 15 years. So it is possible to work with MTA. So I didn't want to say that that's a barrier, but it is a very probably long process, I would guess. Yeah, they
Yes.
do not like you to attach, utilities to like the bridges and things like that. So you would have to bore, yes.
Yeah, so it's one of those things that it's possible to work with them, and if it takes 5 or 6 years, to get through their process, that is kind of prohibitive, in terms of.
I think it's more about the designing of it, not necessarily their process, but again, we can look into that further.
Yeah, that would be very, very helpful, because it does contribute to the cost and the time, and the actual ability to get water into there. Go ahead, Jim.
I guess a question I have for the applicant, did your cost estimate the total 9.7 million for wells for water and sewer, but 5 million for the water alone? Did that account for going under 295?
Yep, so going under 295 is about 20%, so it's over $1 million to bore across the interstate.
In that study, any estimations as to how long it would cost how long it would take to get approval?
We have not reached out to the Turnpike Authority regarding approvals. Again, it was not a part of our initial plan to extend it. I made a note that we can attempt to make contact with them to have that discussion. And I think if we can work with town staff as well, if that's something the town supports, I think having their note of support would go a long way with them as well.
Yeah, the more, again, in terms of the board's decision-making process, the more information we have, written preferably in plain English, the better off we are. And the more it will help us come to an appropriate decision. I think I had a couple of other things. Just let me suggest, along with Jen and I think a couple of other folks, that we do need to see the islands. That's a large heat sink there. We're kind of getting into a sketch plan beyond the concept of the master plan, but I think it would be very helpful for you, even at this stage, to know what we're looking at. And what our thinking is. Let me also let you know that what we have done in the past in terms of parking, where we've been concerned that perhaps there is an overpaving beyond what's necessary in terms of parking. And that is, we have agreed that there can be parking in an area. In other words, we approve that there is parking in that area, but that it is not built. In other words, at some point, you come back and say, okay, we now have to pave this because X, Y, and Z. This is the study, now, this is how we've grown. Jen talked in terms of, maybe 5 years. So what parking would you need in 5 years, and what of this parking, which looks to me to be pretty extensive and a tad overbuilt, what then could be reserved and set aside, with some landscaping, some meadow grass and flowers, just less of this impervious surface. If you don't need it for 5 years, then let nature take it for 5 years. Let it be pervious for 5 years before you do anything with it. So I would like to take a look at that. I would like you to take a hard look at that as part of the master plan of just simply geared towards decreasing at the beginning the impervious area. I think what you can talk to us about is the current, we've already discussed this, the current facility. How many employees you have, how many parking spaces do you have, how many trucks do you have coming in and out? Understanding that this area, this is planned to grow, and that the applicant or the customer wants to be able to look to the future and say, we can get down to here, we can grow this much. There are ways in our ordinances to essentially allow that to happen by setting aside areas for parking in the future, or setting aside areas for growth in the future. You've talked about the potential development area as being another part of that potential development, as in that potential growth. So think in terms not just of 25 years, but in terms of 5 years, in terms of that parking. Otherwise, we tend to get cranky, just so you understand that. There are a couple of other things, I guess, relatively minor. One of the things I was wondering is there an ability to put some sort of a filter on your gas pumps or diesel pumps so that the smell of the odor of the diesel does not escape?
Would that be, are you referring to on the vehicles or on the fuel station?
The question came up, or the concern came up from one of the applicants about the aroma and the odor, and that is part of our ordinances and design standards. So my question is there currently a way to ensure that as little odor as possible escapes when fueling is taking place? Now, whether that's put on the trucks or the hoses, I don't know. But consider how you would approach the odor of diesel escaping.
Mhm. Okay.
The other thing is, I don't know if it's possible not to have the backup alarms beeping when a truck backs up, if it's on your property. But it seems to me if it is possible to do that after 10 o'clock at night and before 7 o'clock in the morning, so that mitigates some of the louder noises, even if it's only the two trucks.
Mhm.
Hearing them at 2 a.m. is not fun.
Yeah.
I hear a
Yeah,
trash,
yeah.
I hear the trash collected from the gas station nearest us every morning, every Wednesday at 6. So I understand.
That should be an easy thing for their operations folks to answer. I'm gonna guess it's a safety concern to.
Well, and it may be, but that's what I'm saying.
I can provide you that.
Yeah,
answer.
and it may be if it is on your property, it is less of a safety concern, and we're only talking about 2 trucks. So please take a look at that to see what you can do to mitigate noise. I would assume the same thing is true, that at night you can mitigate, while you do have to worry about lighting, and you do have to worry about security, that after 10 o'clock and by 7 o'clock, in the morning, those lights can really dim. So take a look at that, and when you come to us, really talk to us about that.
Yep.
Saying that, I do not have a problem, as Mr. Meinking reminded us right at the beginning, we're looking at a master plan. We're not looking at the site plan. We're actually not looking at the sketch plan, although we're talking an awful lot about it. I do not have a problem sending this forward with an approval of as a master plan. Expecting you to come back with an awful lot of information that we're going to delve into in terms of how you put into practice what you show us here on the paper.
Mhm.
But let me look and see if we have anybody else on the board, people who want more information on the master plan. And remember, we've kind of gone further on the master plan at this point. No. I see no objections to approving this master plan. Do we need a vote? We need a vote. I need a motion, or maybe Eric's written a motion for me.
I have not at this point, Madam Chair.
Oh, dear. I need somebody to make a motion that we approve the master plan for the Scannell Properties LLC, presented to the board on Monday, at its meeting on Monday, December 11th. No, I need somebody to make that motion.
So moved.
Thank you. Now I need a second.
I'll second.
Jim has seconded. Doreen, please call the roll.
James Hebert,
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes.
Roger Bailey,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
and Rick Meinking.
Yes.
Thank you. We have passed the master plan. Now, Roger Beely, who wants the last word, go ahead.
Well, I just want to.
Yep.
You know, just to let the public know, this is just a procedural thing.
Yeah.
That we just voted on. Nothing more. So,
They cannot go forward with anything else until the master plan is done. The master plan is approved. Now they have to show us all of the details. And to fill everything in and answer all of the questions that we have asked and all of the issues we have raised. And that have been raised by the public if they have not been answered at this point. That means for members of the public, the next thing that we would see would likely be a sketch plan. You have another opportunity to come and see if they have moved forward. I suppose you could go directly to a site plan, but I see Autumn frantically waving her hand. Go ahead.
The board has already reviewed a sketch plan. Would you like to see another iteration of that before the site plan? Or would you like to see the site plan knowing it's going to be before you probably a couple more times?
I believe we saw the sketch plan
We did.
a while ago.
Okay, and then, right,
And
we
we
had to back,
approved it at that point
okay, and we had to back up.
because it was more than 5 acres. It needed to go through
We
the
had to back up.
three-prong plan, I guess.
Is the board comfortable with everything that we've said and all of the issues that we've presented? Is the board comfortable that that sketch plan is still adequate?
I'm comfortable because it was included in our packet and we were able to reference that as we
Okay.
were looking at the master plan.
Comfortable?
I agree as well. Yes.
All right, fine. In that case, we will see a site review, site plan for a site review. And at that point, let me suggest that in the hope of not getting, in the hope of moving through this, please, when you come to us, don't send us an application till a lot of these issues have been researched. In other words, if you come to us and say, well, we want this and we want you to look at a site plan, but we still don't have the traffic study. Or we still don't have the water study. In other words, come to us with something that really is complete so we can spend a lot of time looking at it.
Yep. So I believe we'll work with staff regarding the next time we will be seeing you. So with the master plan approval, we'll be working towards the full site plan. And then with that, that goes to Maine DEP for approval. It's my understanding that we can't get your approval until we have the state's approval in hand. So it might be informal meetings moving forward, but the next application that we submit to staff will have all of the full detailed design elements, the reports, and everything that's going to be reviewed by both the town and the state.
The board does review applications that don't have a final approval. We simply don't approve. And we sometimes will place something, an item on a consent agenda. In other words, waiting for you to have that approval because it is the last thing that we're looking for. And then you come back to us. If we agree on a consent agenda, you come back to us and the staff says everything's done. And we then take a look, take a vote. And usually what that means is you are first on the agenda. All right. If you're going to add something, you please go up and so that you're on the record.
One thing that hasn't been discussed is the Holmes Road is posted to heavy loads 3 to 4 weeks out of the year. They're gonna shut down or they're gonna fix the roads so they can accommodate these trucks.
I would assume that's part of the traffic study. In other words, all of those rules taken a look at as part of the
I
traffic
just wanted to
study.
bring that up because nobody's talked about that tonight and that road is basically shut down to trucks in the spring.
Okay,
Madam
you.
Chair, can I just,
yep.
we did touch on that a little. I just looked at where we typically shut the road off or road postings is just over the turnpike. So it would be, this section has been posted in the past, and that was the conversations we had, staff had in the review memo about the structural integrity. To that point, it gets posted because it is not structurally sound to take that truck traffic in the springtime. So that would be, like you said, part of that traffic analysis. Just wanted to make sure you guys were comfortable with that.
Yep, the traffic analysis will include presumably all of the intersections, bridges and Payne, Holmes and Payne, and including all of the recommendations for any off-site improvements that must be made by the applicant. And what they might do if the bridge is shut down. All right, thank you very much. We'll see you January, February, sometime. All right, I'm going to call for a 5-minute break, and we will then return with our next item. Item 4.02, Crossroads Holdings LLC is requesting a site plan review of 4 15-unit multifamily buildings for a total of 60 units. The project would also include 40 covered carport spaces and is located on Lot 7 of the Downs Town Center subdivision along Downs Road, Assessors Map US 56, Lot 9. For the town, please.
So Crossroads is currently in front of the planning board with a site plan for a multifamily project. This project's located between the American House at the Downs and the previously approved Lot 4 multi-project for the Downstown Center subdivision. Staff's outlined several items for consideration for the board, including updated lighting standards and confirming fire department access to buildings A and B. So with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I will turn it over to Mr. Bacon.
Good evening. Dan Bacon here on behalf of Crossroads Holdings. As introduced, this is a development plan proposed for Lot 7 in the town center area of the project. This is on the southern end of the first phase of the town center project. We're going to provide a brief overview of the project. Joining me this evening is Pete Heil, our civil, working on the project from Acorn Engineering. Thomas Jonak is our architect with Patrick Booth from Woodhull Architects, who will touch on the building design. And actually Keith Smith, our landscape architect's joining remotely. So he may need to be let in. He'll just review the planting plan and the landscaping plan for you. So just to further orient you, as introduced by Eric, this site is, again, Lot 7. This shows the location in the overall master plan for the project. And as indicated, it's between the cross street multifamily site that you've already reviewed and approved, which is to the left on this plan, and the Redico assisted living facility that you also reviewed and approved, which is on the right of this particular site. Across the street is open space, our trail system that actually will link this site over to Allagash in Market Street, which you've reviewed already and have a good understanding of. Also, somewhat across the street diagonally is the 3IA Home project, just to kind of orient you with projects you've already reviewed and approved around this particular site. This plan zooms in on the subject parcel. It's about 2.9 acre parcel, and we've really kind of focused on kind of quality design, kind of placemaking within the site, and good connections and interconnections with the adjacent sites. So one kind of key element here is that we're preparing, or proposing rather, access that's shared through Lot 4, which is the site to the left that you've already reviewed and approved, to provide good access management and to meet town ordinances in terms of shared driveways, which we've been doing frequently in other parts of the project within town center as well. Otherwise, and what that also does, it enables a good street wall along the Downs Road. So you see 2 units are prominently located along Scarborough Downs Road, which is the bottom of your screen here. That provides a good facade along the Downs Road. You also see a sidewalk that's part of the town center subdivision will be constructed along that street frontage. We're providing connections to the units within both of those buildings, but also providing a strong pedestrian connection between the two up to the 2 units, or excuse me, 2 buildings that are proposed in the core of the project behind those front 2 buildings. Also, as introduced, we're providing for both uncovered and covered parking. So on the edges of the site, you'll see those covered parking spaces. Those are proposed as carports, which are an efficient way to provide covered parking, while also kind of reducing our development footprint. It also provides a bit of privacy from this site to adjacent sites, and kind of frames this particular development project. Keith will touch on the landscaping plan in more detail. I just wanted to point out a couple things. We've provided a fair amount of green space around each building, particularly in the center of the project, and includes a green area and an outdoor amenity space. You see that kind of in the core there, that paver patio area with the third building up from the bottom of the screen. That's going to have an outdoor grilling area, a fire pit, seating that will be kind of built into that amenity space. But I think with that overview of the programming, I'm going to let Pete talk a bit about the civil design, respond to the staff comments in that regard, and then turn it over to the other team members. So thanks.
Thanks, Dan. Good evening. Pete Heil with Acorn Engineering, site civil engineer. Continuing on where Dan gave the overview, we are providing 108 parking spaces on site, meeting the standard requirements for the town regulations, 68 of which would be surface parking and 40 parking spaces within the structured parking areas. Along with the town parking requirements, we are proposing for 6 EV charging stations to be installed with conduit installed for future connections. One of the comments on the staff report was additional info on future additional stations and how that will be sized. Right now, the 6 EV stations that are proposed on site are served by a single transformer. There's 4 other transformers located on the site, each serving their respective buildings. Any future EV charging hookups will likely require additional transformers. So we continue to work with CMP and our MEP to determine adequate sizing and loading requirements if and when those future EV stations get built out. Site circulation, I apologize if it somehow wasn't included in the package, but we had coordinated with the fire department and sent them a letter on November 2nd via email showing adequate site circulation for the town's 43-foot long fire truck, but we can certainly provide that exhibit to staff as well. Another one of the fire department comments in the staff memo was confirmation that buildings C and D, which are the buildings fronting Scarborough Downs Road, are within the 1,000-foot setback distance from the closest existing hydrant. As part of the Scarborough Downs Road design plans near the intersection of the American House driveway, you can see that there's a hydrant to be proposed as part of that project. So building D is within 30 feet and building C is approximately 180 feet away. So well within that required distance. The traffic engineer's comments and noted in the staff report, we'd be happy to add additional pedestrian and traffic calming signage as identified. And same with the stormwater water quality figure. We can certainly prepare that exhibit. Generally, all stormwater flows from the internal parking area into a subsurface drainage network that eventually connects into the stubs provided within the Scarborough Downs Road, all draining into the stormwater BMP associated with the subdivision designs and permits, but we'll follow up with specific information on how we're in compliance with that. Lighting, we understand that the town has recently adopted the new lighting standards. We've been working with Swaney on our lighting design, and we'll certainly follow up with conformance with all those new regulations, and we'll be in conformance and don't have any issues with that, including setting lighting on timers, etc. One of the comments from Haley Ward was why there was 2 photometric plans provided. The first photometric plan is a general overall lighting for meeting the town ordinance standards, site safety, etc. And then the second one also includes the individual canopies within each individual residential unit that we felt that we wanted to provide additional information because each respective tenant or end user could turn those lights off at any given time when they go to bed, et cetera. So we didn't want to include that as part of our overall site safety kind of photometric design, but wanted to also include it because those lights could be on and we want to show compliance with regulations. We have been coordinating with all the respective utility companies. We do have our Scarborough Sanitary District final hearing next Thursday. So we will provide staff with our final approval once received, assuming everything goes well next week. And all other comments identified in the staff report and peer review memos are acceptable, pretty straightforward. So we'd request all remaining items be provided as a conditional approval if the board is in agreement with that. And at this point, I'd turn it over to Keith, if Angela or Autumn, you could, is he in the room? Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Keith Smith Landscape Architecture. So I'll give you a brief review over the landscape. Per the rest of the downs, we try to maintain similar character throughout this site, which is going to include ornamental grasses, some perennials, native shrubs, all of which have met the list provided by the town. On the graphic, you'll see different colors. This is probably the easiest way to explain it. It's kind of designed in layers. So the lightest green represents lawn grass areas. Then you'll see some flatter, just solid green panels. Those are perennials and or ornamental grasses. You'll see the circles, which are shrubs, and then you'll see the larger trees. And the design intent is along the structures and along the private areas, provide some privacy where that's needed for the personnel. And it's kind of tiered up. So you have there's always the kind of the perennials and the lower grasses in front, tiered up with some shrubs, and then trees to provide shade and canopy wherever feasible to enhance the spaces. There's some buffering along the edges from the adjacent spaces, and we have the green, as Dan had mentioned, in the center that does have the gathering area. Has grills, cookout, fire pit, and also a lawn area that's large enough so you could incorporate some outdoor games and have some gathering within the lawn areas. There's a couple bike racks, one between the two upper buildings on the outside of the green. And then there's one at the plan left at the end of the sidewalk inward of building C. And in addition, the staff, I'll go over some of the staff comments that were made. One was about pedestrian facilities and the potential for wanting benches. We're open to that. Our initial thinking was that the benches are generally located along the major corridors. So we didn't really we focused on the central amenity space. But if you feel it's necessary to have some additional benches in there, it seems from the other locations that they're some underutilized, and people tend to come and get out of their vehicles and access their buildings. But we're definitely open to that if you feel that we need a few more benches on site. The landscaping, there was a mention of adding maintenance notes to the plan. They are provided on the detail sheet currently. So what I will do for the final plan is to provide a note on the landscape plan to see the landscape maintenance and warranty information on the details sheet. And one other item was the dumpster enclosure that falls under me. So the dumpster enclosures, there's a pad, plan northeast, there's a pad, that will be enclosed. It's intended to be a 6-foot high wood enclosure. And then plan south to the southwest, right below the lowest access to the site from lot 4. Right in that corner will be another enclosure. And as mentioned, those will be 6-foot wood. So essentially, that's the plan. I've used all the native plants, tried to make it a nice space for both visitors and tenants. So if you have any questions, I'm available.
Evening, everybody. My name is Thomas Chonak with Woodhull, architect and project manager. Just going to walk through the last few slides we have here. So in addition to the architecture, we went ahead and combined civil information along with the landscape information and put together a few renders just to give you a sense of the site as a whole. So this first image is looking at building D, looking south to north on the site with the assisted living back behind. So basically showing an approach along Scarborough Downs. It's our first image. This is second image standing outside building C, looking back at building D, looking southward with the pedestrian connection that runs between those two buildings, basically taking from Scarborough Downs Road to the interior of the lot. Again, we are back at building D for a fly through that's taking you again from south to north along Scarborough Downs. Turning, looking at the facade of building D, and this is that pedestrian connection between buildings D and C, looking back to the lot beyond. Again, just to give you a sense of what the experience would be along Scarborough Downs Road. And happy to toggle through any of those as any questions come up, and I'll hand it over to Dan.
Thank you, and thanks to the team. That includes our presentation. As Pete and Keith indicated, we're amenable to addressing the staff and peer review comments. They seem pretty straightforward, so we look forward to board comments and are hopeful for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. This item is available for public comment. Is there anyone in the room that would like to comment? If so, please approach the podium. And if there is no one in the room, is there anyone online? No one online? No one in the room? Public comment is over. I'll turn over to the board, and in the interest of fairness, I'm going to start on this side. So Ben?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. I know it seems pretty routine that we grant the 24-foot drive aisle, waiver, but what is the reasoning behind that in this specific request?
We've found that 24 feet works well and actually helps us reduce our impervious area overall. And so that's really the purpose, is to add a bit more green space to especially the interior. So I think if you widen out the drive aisle, you take a little bit of the landscape closer to the buildings. And we think it also, in the case of a residential site, a foot helps slow traffic a little bit, which we think is appropriate for this type of setting.
Thank you. I mean, certainly we appreciate limiting impervious area. Maybe it's a shame the ordinance says 25 then.
I heard it was being worked on, but.
Okay. Fair enough. It just seems a very
Get
common.
a waiver
very
to
common
be
waiver.
25 in the future.
No, in general, I think it looks like you know, it fits with the character. You know, I've walked around previously built condos and apartments in that area that I've seen, and this seems to be fitting with generally what you need. I do like the idea though of some more benches at the building entrances personally. Even if they're not all being used at other sites, you know, as time goes on, the area gets busier, people are visiting friends, and I think it's a good idea to have personally. But, you know, as long as you guys are okay with, as you say, meeting, you know, the issues addressed in the staff comments and peer review comments, I don't really have any major issues with this project. So look forward to seeing what my colleagues think. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Jim?
My comments is just on the lighting. Lighting on timer is great. They're meeting the intent of what we want with the new ordinance. I guess my one comment that I'll make that I ask you to take note of here is that with all the surrounding ambient light that's going to be generated by the surrounding structures, adjustments are going to likely need to be made here. So in order to sort of reduce lighting pollution, make sure that the dimming capabilities on these are adjustable. And I'll say easily adjustable, so you don't have to do it for every fixture. Have a control system that can sort of adjust them all together to make it easier in the future for you. Just from the standpoint of there's going to be a lot of light generated here, and we're looking at individual lighting models of every single site, and most of this lighting software takes into account that this is just standalone by itself in the darkness kind of thing. So we need to take into account that the lighting levels that are on here are likely going to need to be adjusted down to just accommodate what our max to min ratios are, and taking into account ambient light that's in the surrounding buildings. And I'll be asking that continuously going forward. So as every project in the Downs is going to have to make sure this level of adjustability is included.
Good.
That's all I
We're happy to
got.
do that.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Roger?
I basically have nothing, nothing to say. I think the project looks good. I just have a couple of general questions, Dan.
Mhm.
And we've talked about this before on the parking. Are the parking spaces going to be assigned to the units?
They are on site. There
Okay.
are a few on-street parking spaces that are in the street right away that are for guests and they're public. But on-site spaces are assigned to various residents.
And you feel comfortable that you're going to be able to accommodate guests coming to these various?
Yeah, we find that the town's parking standards work for both residents and an allocation for guests. And of course, the on-street kind of is that sponge to accommodate any, a guest beyond the expected.
Okay. Then the other question is, I don't know, maybe it's my imagination, but early on, during the Downs development, you were assigning names to the different like tandem condos and,
We haven't identified a name for this particular.
Some of the recent ones haven't had any names, like the corner one at the town center.
That's called Cross Street condominiums.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's on Cross Street.
All right.
We just haven't identified a name for marketing purposes for this particular site yet.
Okay, so you haven't abandoned that?
No,
Okay, all right. That helps me.
we're running out of ideas. But
Still make it
You
cheesy.
can hold a contest, to give some naming rights to the buildings.
That's all I have. I think it looks like a nice project.
thank you.
Thank you. Jen?
Right off the top, thanks to your applicant team. For those of us that review this online, it's super helpful to have the different sections broken out in separate PDFs, probably like a really minor detail, but I really appreciated that. Makes it easy to quickly find different pieces. I'm supportive of the waiver request for the narrower drive aisle. I think that's fine. I noticed on the auto turn exhibit, and maybe I missed this in your presentation, sorry, that it was only a passenger vehicle. Is there no need to circulate a fire truck on site?
So the F-150, the passenger vehicle, was of support of our reduction to the 24 from the 25, showing adequate for a typical passenger vehicle. We do have the fire truck, 43-foot long, largest fire truck the town owns, circulating around the site. I apologize, it did not make it into the package. We have it.
It works.
So it
Okay.
works, no
Okay.
problem. Yep.
Usually it's the opposite, so that's fine, that's good. I'm curious why, appreciate the sharing of access. I think this, just sort of, there's a number of instances on the Downs overall where that is a great idea, and when we can see it, I think it's great. So hats off to you to work that out. I'm curious why only to the one side, and the drive aisle sort of at the top of this plan just feels to me like it really wants to go through to the other, connect through to the other side. So I'm curious if you can speak to that a little bit. I know you're currently showing dumpster enclosures there, but presumably if those could be relocated or repositioned at all. And along those same lines, if not for if full vehicular access, I can't tell if there's a sidewalk over there or not. So curious about full access, and if not full access, maybe a partial pedestrian access around that side.
Yeah, so I'll let Dan, I guess, speak to the right title and interest to make the connection. Both are private alleys on the right and left. As part of the lot 4, which we're gaining access through, we did plan and provide easements for access, maintenance, and utilities through lot 4 of private alley A and B to access lot 7. So that's why we're showing it this way. Additionally, there is a pretty long and relatively high retaining wall along that shared property line to the American House side.
Okay.
So there is about a 4, 5, 6 foot grade differential at that edge.
Well, that would answer that question probably. Okay, thank you. I didn't notice that. What is happening behind this site? And I ask that question from a buffering, landscaping standpoint. And I know you're gonna say that you don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm asking it anyway.
To be determined, we kind of left it blank up atop to allow for potential future connections. But we don't know exactly how that programming is going to lay out or where the exact connections need to be. Similar to the planned north side of lot 4, we did kind of stub that intersection where we're gaining access through to allow for future connections up in that area, but at this point, we don't have any plans for what exactly is going on up there.
Okay, so then presumably it's we'll see, so this is tricky then, because because if we approve this project in this way, where's the property line on that edge?
It's the blue
line,
lines
okay.
that we're looking at on the.
So this is always a tricky one for me because, I can appreciate that. There's obviously a lot of moving pieces on the development overall. But if this project isn't asked to do anything along that edge, then it means within the property line, which I guess is pretty narrow. So any buffering, what I think I'm seeing here is that any buffering or connections would be at the behest of the other abutter to this lot.
So that plan north on this plan is what we're referring to. That's heads towards more kind of residential in terms of the project. So we anticipate additional housing of some sort being in that area. Part of the reason we haven't been able to lay it out is we actually have our currently approved DEP limits aren't too far off of the screen, and there's not really under our DEP permit sort of a meaningful amount of area to plan to kind of bring to you.
Okay.
But we anticipate interconnected driveways and, development occurring just off the screen there.
Okay.
So we could establish, if there's a concern about landscaping or things languishing, we could establish maybe a time frame or something that we plant it if plans don't develop.
Sure.
But we anticipate that that's an area that will be developed, in the next year or so, just based on how we're phasing the
Yeah,
project.
okay. That's helpful. Thank you. And I know there was a time where, people would say like, oh, don't worry, we're going to develop it. And then maybe it doesn't happen. That doesn't seem to be the case here, but I do feel like, it's just a good practice. So I think maybe a time, and I feel like we've done that actually on some others. So, if not built out by X, Y, or Z timeframe, then maybe some buffering there would be appropriate. Great. We talked about on-street parking. I'm curious what the transit options will be for this development, transit options or incentives for folks living here.
We're making it transit ready. We don't, at this point, the town, GPCOG and the transit agencies have kind of studied, potential opportunities down the road for transit coming further into the project. Right now, I think, as you know, we have a stop out across from Mill Commons, closer to Route 1, where the Saco Biddeford transit provider provides regular service, and we actually have a decent amount of ridership, given the first residential phases. We're a ways away from getting transit to come inside in the project. So it's really kind of at their discretion as to how to, it's part of a much larger kind of puzzle in terms of expanding transit, to see them add routes into the project at this point.
Okay. And can you just refresh my memory? I was, there wasn't, I don't know, I lose track of where all of these pieces fit together. And so I was hoping before you started talking that you were going to show an overall view of where this is located, which you did. So thank you. That can be helpful, I think, during the review of the material as well. Okay, so I'm just trying to picture how the proximity of this site to that existing transit location, is it past
So
the
existing,
jog in the road?
can you see my little cursor?
Yep.
That's where the bus shelter is today.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it's
so
maybe
that's-
3/4 of a mile,
Yep. Okay.
Half.
That's helpful.
2/3 of a mile.
Two other comments. One, there was, someone mentioned briefly about additional information coming, I think, for maintenance of landscaping items. Is that right?
Keith had a note on the detail sheet and was going to make that more prominent, but I'll let you explain the details of that, Keith.
Yeah, so on my detail sheet, I always have landscape specifications, which include the plant guarantee and a whole section on maintenance. So I think if that's not acceptable, we can review with staff and add anything to that that's required, but it should cover what we're looking for.
Okay. I bring it up because it looks like, because this site is interesting, right? In its shape, you're kind of positioned at a soft corner here, but a corner nonetheless. And it looks, based on the landscaping plan, as though some of the landscaping areas fall within the right of way. And maybe like one of the trees and some of the plantings, but which I think is like aesthetically, I think that's ideal. You don't really, I think a harsh line would be awkward, but I'm just thinking of it in terms of longer term town maintenance of those plantings, and whether or not, like, are we going to hardline the maintenance, or is there going to be an easement or some sort of agreement for how those are handled, so that the plantings live on and, in the way that they're intended, which is for all of them to be taken care of the same way.
Can I ask, maybe Dan knows, I thought there was at one point an agreement or an MOU in place on the Downs Road and I think on Innovation Way or Innovation District associated with the landscaping, like
We-
the islands and.
We currently maintain the landscaping in the right
That's
of
what I
way
mean.
and out of the right of way,
Yeah.
so.
Well, that's what I was thinking that there was,
Yeah.
because there was an agreement in place and maybe
is.
that needs to be revisited to make sure it extends through the
Just-
whole corridor of the Downs, Scarborough Downs Road. Or if
There-
that's,
Yeah, I mean, the intention is for aesthetic reasons and for this kind of overlap situation that our master association maintains landscaping that's in the right of way, which by and large are the street trees that we plant and then the center landscaped islands when you come into the project. I think, Keith, you can clarify, but the majority of the site plantings are within the site. And maybe these trees that are right along the property line are right on the property line. So we can, you could clarify that, Keith. The intention was to keep them as on the site as much as possible, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it does, a little bit of it does fall outside the actual property line. But
Yeah.
just,
I think that's fine. I don't have any issue. I think the landscaping proposed is great. I just wanted to make sure that there was sort of a comprehensive plan in place to
Yeah.
care for it going forward, to care for all of it going forward, either by you or the town or
Yeah.
just however.
And
that
our intention
works.
is to, I mean, customarily, property owners sometimes landscape up to the sidewalk, like the site side
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
sidewalk.
Yeah.
And we would intend to, this site would maintain that landscaping. The master would maintain what Angela's referring to,
Oh,
kind of
okay.
the trees and other plantings that are in the right of way proper.
the only thing I might ask, now that it's come up, one of the things we struggle with though, have no issue, like Dan said, we kind of work with the site, with landscaping. The only caveat to that is private irrigation systems. So
Mm.
if it's possible to add a note to the plan to make sure that is outside of the public right of way, that's been a struggle, not on just this subdivision, a lot of subdivisions in town. And I think staff just needs to take a note of that maybe during the planning process. Because those do get installed in the way and get torn up and damaged and things like that. That would be helpful. Thank you. I assume that's okay with you guys. It's just moving at like 6 inches and.
As long as it's the
Getting it out
water
of the
can
right of
go into the right of way.
And then just my only other last comment has to do with the, excuse me, the architecture actually. Excuse me, I don't often comment on architecture because I don't like to say that like I like it, because that's not how we do this, is I like it or I don't like it. But I like this one. I think that it's a good, I think the selections here, a lot of the materials and the windows in particular are it's just a good fit. It feels like consistent with the rest of the projects and the buildings that we've seen, but not cookie cutter. So just, fitting in, but also standing out a little bit. I'm a Libra, I can't help that. So that's all.
Thank you. And Mr. Manking.
Yeah, don't have a lot to add, other than the fact that I echo Jen, I would look at these plans on computer and not in a mound of books. So having them divided up by the chapters so that it doesn't take so long to download and everything is really helpful. With that said, consider doing that with the photometrics, especially when you include the photo, because that takes a while to get in focus. And the other thing, maybe orient the photo as it is on the photometrics so that I don't have to turn my head upside down and look at it in two different ways. I know it's nitpicky, but I've got 5 minutes on the floor here. I can nitpick. But
I'm looking
but-
at Pete so that he,
what's that?
I'm just looking at the consultants to make sure that.
Yeah.
they're writing it down.
Just on the photometrics though, what causes the photo to make the brightness on the ends of the carports when you look at it. And maybe James, you can help as you're the lighting engineer. But you look at the photo and, you know, the simulated photo. And I know why you submitted two, because one looks like you've got your uplights on landscape and wall packs. But on the ends of the carports, it's really bright. What makes that happen?
Yeah, I don't have a copy of the photometric plan with me, but I believe I know what you're talking about. I think it's because of, the canopy fixtures that we're using, and they're actually inset inside the structure a little bit. So there's.
But why would that just show that on the ends? But the reason why I'm bringing it up is maybe there's a way that you can use controls in which the tenant occupying those carports would activate based on sensors or something like that, would activate the lights instead of having them, I don't know, controlled by a light switch so that, you know, they leave it on when they left at night and something of that nature.
I see what you're talking about now. I think it's likely an error in the simulation. But I can certainly follow up with our lighting consultant.
Yeah, just follow up with staff on that.
Sure.
Not that I don't think it's because of the illumination, the candle.
We'll clarify that. It could just be a reflection on the building from the.
From
Yeah.
the
freestanding
overhead.
light.
Yeah, but I don't get that because you got on the other print, you've got the uplights or the wall packs around the building, they're off or they're reduced. And you still have those light levels being shown on the carports. At any rate, it was just a question, but my point being that maybe some controls on the carport lights themselves so that they're activated by the tenant that owns or that has that parking spot assigned to them, activates it. I think having carports is great, and my next buzz will be great places for some solar. And you can actually use them to take care of your EV charging infrastructure by you know, doing some storage and some solar on those. My second comment, and this is it because everything else has been covered that I had. What are you doing for utilities in terms of HVAC equipment? Is that going to be seen from outside the building? I know we show renditions and we show it nice and pretty, but there's never any indication that you're putting in a heat pump or you're doing any sort of HVAC as a rooftop units or what's going on with that?
Yeah, there is going to be heat pumps in the building. So there are going to be rooftop units. We've been focusing them in the center of the building so that they're not.
So you'll have
from
them,
the street view.
you'll have them with, you know, appropriate screening so you don't see them from the street level?
Right, we've been siting them in in the center of the building, so they're not close to the edge, so that when you're on the sidewalk,
Yeah, but somebody, you know, somebody on a second floor building may be able to see, you know, those things if you don't screen them.
the intention has been to focus them so that they're
Yeah,
not
that's great.
visible.
I know, I'll take a win when I can get a win.
Yeah.
But I'm glad. So you're bringing natural gas into this parcel because you need it for fill in the blank.
I believe the hot water is natural gas and there's some amount of baseboard, but it's largely the heat pumps that provide, so it's a dual system is my.
So are you going to use baseboard heating and heat pumps?
I believe so.
I would say you could cut some costs down quite a bit if you got with an HVAC contractor.
I'm sorry, it's in the common spaces, not the units.
Well, I would also challenge you there too and say that you could take care of common spaces without having to use combustion
Yeah.
for heating. Let's get with an HVAC contractor in the 21st century.
Okay.
See what you can do. I'm trying to help you with costs.
Yeah.
I'm on your side here. I want you to have good product
yeah.
with minimal cost. Okay, that's all I have, Madam Chair. It's getting late.
Thank, thank you. I have very little. I do have one little nitpicky thing. A101, take a look at A101. You're listing unit 1B as a 1-bedroom and it's actually a 2-bedroom. So just make sure you change that on the plans, please. And I have a question on the gathering spaces and the lawn. Could you explain that a little more? For instance, how big is that gathering space? When you're talking about the grills, what are you talking about? And you're talking about seating, it looks to me as though what you've got is a knee wall sort of seating. And I think that may be a fire pit that I'm looking at. Could you just be a little clearer?
Keith, do you want to walk through it for us?
Yeah, I can do that. So from the access from building B, coming into it, so and straight ahead is, like you said, that would be a fire pit and a seat wall around it on 2 sides. I imagine informal seating on the opposite side of that so that it could have 360-degree seating around that. And then there's space, it's not shown, but conceptually, 3 tables that are placed in that open space. And I think they had like 5 chairs each that would go with them for informal gathering seating. And then the kind of U-shaped area at the bottom is, so the wall that's against the planting at the plan south, and then there's 2 little squares in it. So that would be kind of a solid wall with 2 grills in it. The 2 arms extending inward toward the patio are elevated sort of sitting bars, which would allow for seating on the outside and standing at the end, so that whoever's cooking has a place to interact with the guests and with the friends and with the group that's gathering. And that's what happens on both sides.
All right, thank you. When you talk about the tables, are they movable or fixed?
They're movable at this point.
How are you going to store them in the winter? Or are they going to stay out year round?
No, they're going to be likely put away in the winter, in the snow season. And our property management company will come and remove them. It'll be handled by property management, not individual tenants.
Okay. I also agree that we need benches. As I've occasionally driven through the downs, including those places that it says the residents only, I've seen people. I've seen people walking along with their dogs and then decide just to sit down and rest. So I think the benches are used. You might not see them filled constantly, but they are used. So I think we should really continue that process. I would guess you're talking about putting grass at the, I guess, is that the northern part of, yeah, right along there. That's the area that can be buffered at some point. Would you consider putting different plantings there while you're waiting for something to happen? In other words, either a meadow mix or just some perennials so that it's not quite so stark.
We can, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. That's all I have. Does the board have anything else? I have a draft motion. And I would like to get a sense of the board. Is this ready for that draft motion, or do you want to wait until you have seen some of the things that they've promised? Draft motion, okay?
I'm all right with the draft motion and have them work with staff to finalize all the other stuff.
I'm okay with that.
All right, in that case, draft motion for the Downtown Center Lot 7 site plan review. I move to approve the project titled Multifamily Apartments, Lot 7 Town Center, proposed by Crossroads Holdings LLC. The project is depicted on the plan set prepared by Acorn Engineering dated 11/20/23 with the following findings and conditions. Findings: the project involves construction of 4 15-unit multifamily buildings for a total of 60 units and 40 covered carport spaces on Lot 7 of the Downtown Center subdivision. The board finds the project meets the zoning and site plan review ordinance requirements with the following waivers and conditions. Waivers: 1, site plan review ordinance, section 4D2, to permit 24 drive aisles where 25 feet would otherwise be required. Conditions: 1, prior to issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall: A, pay impact fees totaling $19,136. Route 1 at Higas Parkway, $7,920. Dunstan Corners, corner, $11,216. 2, prior to the start of construction, the applicant shall: A, schedule a pre-construction meeting. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. All plan modifications and the below conditions are to be completed prior to scheduling the pre-construction meeting. B, address comments in the staff memo dated 12/11/23. C, address comments in the Haley Ward memo dated 12/15/23. D, address comments in the Barton and Lojodish memo dated 12/5/23. E is execute and record a stormwater, E, address planning board comments as discussed at the 12/11/23 meeting. F, execute and record a stormwater maintenance agreement with the town. The form of the stormwater maintenance agreement is located in Appendix 1 of the Town of Scarborough, Chapter 419, Post-Construction Stormwater Infrastructure Management Ordinance. G, pay the Chapter 419 Stormwater Maintenance Agreement and Reporting Fee, total $750. This shall be reviewed and approved by the Planning Department. 3, prior to the issuance of a sign permit, the applicant shall provide a final signage plan. This shall be reviewed and approved by the Planning Department. 4, prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall: A, submit evidence in the form of a letter or plan prepared and stamped by a professional engineer who either prepared the post-construction stormwater management plan and its associated facilities, or supervise the plan and facilities construction and implementation. The letter or plan shall certify that the stormwater management facilities have been installed in accordance with the approved post-construction stormwater management plan and that they will function as intended by said plan. B, request an inspection by the planning department to ensure compliance with this planning board approval. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. Growth permit information. Upon approval, this project is granted 60 growth permits to be taken from the Area 3 3-year allocation. Growth permit shall expire site plan approval expiration date. Is there a second? I say Jim Hebert reaching forward. I am assuming he is seconding.
I will second.
Thank you. Doreen?
James Hebert,
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes.
Roger Bailey.
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd
Yes.
and Rick Meinke.
Yes.
And the project passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for completing and submitting to us a really complete project and an excellent project. Thank you.
Thank you.
As a reminder, the planning board does not begin new applications after 10 o'clock. It's 9:20 now. We have 2 projects left. Item number 4.03, Well-Built Rotundi LLC is requesting site plan review to convert the existing structure at 4 Highland Avenue to a 2-family residence. The project also involves a second phase to construct 2 townhomes containing 6 one-bedroom live-work units on the eastern side of the property. The project is located at 4 Highland Avenue, Assessors Map R81, Lot 16. Before we proceed with this, I did not mention at the beginning, I'm sorry, I'll mention it now, that item 4.04 has been tabled at the request of the applicant. So following this, we will address item 4.05 for the town, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Rotundi is in front of the planning board with a site plan today for a residential project. Part of it is historic preservation of a structure that's identified in the town zoning ordinance as historically significant. Staff has forwarded this project site plan to the Historic Preservation Commission for review, which the committee indicated its support so long as the project preserves internal features such as fireplaces, et cetera. Several other items may be of interest to the board, including the plan for parking for the residential units created in the existing historic structure until the rest of the parking lot can be built, as well as the 25-foot vegetative buffer. Barton and LaJudas has also provided the board with traffic engineering items, noting concern for the site distance looking right towards Black Point Avenue. With these items in mind, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Hello, good evening. My name is, oh. No, I'll just join.
Do you need to share?
Yes, if that's easier.
It's
And I believe James is on
Yep.
or should be waiting to join.
Yep. Sorry, that was my fault. I threw them off.
All right. All right. Try that again. All right, good evening. My name is Trevor Gettig. I'm a project engineer from Goral Palmer. On behalf of Todd Rotundi, part of Well-Built Rotundi LLC, we are bringing to the board the 4 Highland Avenue residential development that Eric mentioned. The remaining members of this team that are not standing up here include Todd and Ethan Morton, part of Morton, part of Morton Leasing LLC, James Rissling, who is joined online, who is the architect, and Chris DiMatteo as part of our landscape architecture team. As Eric mentioned, this is a residential development located off Highland Ave, just east of the Black Point Road and Highland Ave intersection. This site submitted for sketch plan back in June of 2023, prior to being tabled and brought to your attention now. As shown, the black dashed line is a boundary of this site, bordered by Highland Avenue to the south. The northern and western sides of this property are bordered by an active railroad, and there is existing residential development to the east. The site currently has one single-family structure. As Eric mentioned, it is a historic preservation unit. There is an attached garage along the eastern side of the house, and mainly developed lawn and forested area, as well as an existing driveway. Our proposed site will be a 2-phase development. The first phase focused on the existing structure, redeveloping that house into a 2 4-bedroom units with associated parking, utility, and stormwater infrastructure. The second phase will include 6 one-bedroom live-work units located on the eastern and northern site. This will include additional parking and remaining infrastructure to support these developments. The site will be accessed via a proposed driveway along Highland Ave. Included as part of this development, we will close off the existing driveway and revegetate. The access ways throughout the site are shown as hatched on this with a gray area. They are sidewalks that will connect to the front of the existing structure as well as to each of the doorways of the 6 one-bedroom units. There's also associated dumpster pad and landscaping amenities that we'll get to. As for the parking of the site, there is a proposed 18 spaces, including 1 handicap and EV charging provided. The town ordinance for this parking would require only 13 spaces. However, based on the nature of the proposed development, 18 spaces have been provided, 5 spaces more than the required. There's also a turnaround area hatched in the northeast corner of the parking area. This will be used as sort of a turnaround for the any vehicles such as emergency fire vehicles or the dumpster vehicles that or dumpster trash vehicles that will be there to service the site. As for utilities for this site, as you can see highlighted in many different colors, we'll start with the green sewer. The existing house is on public sewer. It extends to the bottom left hand of the plan view here. That is current public sewer. Part of this development will include leaving the existing house on the existing sewer while the sewer main is extended in the public right of way to serve the additional 6 units. There is an 8-inch water main along Highland Ave, which is planned to be connected to via a 2-inch water service and 4-inch fire service shown in blue and red. The water service will be metered via a 4-foot diameter meter pit shown just on the property line along Highland Ave there. The electrical connection for the house will stay as shown. It is an overhead existing along the western side of the house. Part of the proposed use structures will take the overhead electric, bring it underground, and provide to 2 transformer pads on site before it is distributed to each of the units. As we move to the drainage and grading plan, the existing site is located in the Aquifer Protection Overlay Zone. This existing development flows in 2 directions. The western portion of the site flows west down to the railroad tracks, and the eastern portion of the site flows around towards the back northeastern corner of the lot. As part of this development, we are proposing a level lip spreader and forested buffer, which will take flow from the proposed parking area, redirect it through the forested buffer to the northern portion to meet LID standards as part of the Aquifer Protection Overlay Zone. And we will deed off this 100-foot long undisturbed forested buffer, which will be focused to meeting the main DEP Chapter 500 requirements. And moving forward, this buffer area is shown sort of in the inset here in the upper left-hand corner. That sort of is to take the flow, slow it down before it reaches that undisturbed buffer area and flows back to its original flow point. I'm going to pass it along to James now as he can talk about architectural design.
Good evening. Thank you. As Trevor mentioned, the existing house will remain with interior modifications. It's a large dwelling, over 3,000 square feet of available space that will be divided into 2 large dwelling units. preserving the center entry and right-hand side of the main house for, well, actually the main house for one unit, and then the attached garage and connector would be the second unit. And then we're proposing the two new buildings. The red building would be the three units almost in line with the front facade of the existing house, and the gray 3 units would be to the rear of the site. And they would be similar to the massing of the house, but just much simpler form of live-work units. Each of these units is 1,188 square feet, 1-bedroom units with workspace and kitchen on the first level, and living room, bedroom, and main bathroom on the second level. I think that's all I have right now. We do have some floor plans, but maybe that would be something we will look at during a question and answer time. Thank you.
So moving forward here, we'll go on to the landscaping plan. As you can see in this photo, there's some proposed trees and shrubbery along the Highland Ave side of this project, both in front of the existing structural unit and the proposed dwelling units. We'll get a little more into the placemaking, but there includes a couple benches near the back 3 set of units, as well as some additional open space and benches in the middle area. As mentioned, this is planned to be in a 2-phase construction. The first phase is highlighted here in the dashed outline area. This will include the level lip spreader and buffer area, although the buffer area is not being touched, as well as the removal of the existing driveway, the proposed driveway, and 5 spaces alongside the just to the east of the existing development. This will also include service connection work in the public right-of-way along Highland Ave. And the second phase of this will basically pick up from the first phase, connections to the rest of the parking area, as well as some placemaking features and landscaping that will be included. As mentioned, basically through the town comments, we have some concerns for site distance. Shown here, we have a existing curve essentially along the frontage of the driveway that causes concern for the 305-foot proposed or required site distance as part of the 35-mile-per-hour road, which is the Highland Ave posted speed. We can only provide 267 feet, which is approximately 12% less, without entering that opposing lot. That has been highlighted in this figure as sort of the area in which we encroach into that opposing lot. Just based on the roadway curvature and the proximity to Highland Ave, or to Black Point, Highland Ave was determined that sort of the vehicles traveling in this area were below the posted speed limit. So the applicant completed a speed study along this portion of the roadway for vehicles traveling from Black Point north along this plan and eventually east. And it was determined that the average and the 85th percentile of the vehicle travel speed in this area was below 30 miles per hour, 28 to be exact. The existing driveway location does exceed the speed limit, does exceed the site distance requirements for a 30-mile-per-hour zone without encroachment into that lot. However, we will continue to work with the peer reviewer in the town in terms of providing adequate site distance as we move forward and working with the opposing lot into the possibility of securing an easement for that area. And with that, I would like to open it up to the board for comments and questions.
Thank Thank you. This is an item that is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public in the room or online that would like to comment? And we see somebody in the room. As a reminder, the comment period is 3 minutes per person. And please state your name and address.
Good evening. I'm Sean Butler. I am the owner of 5 Highland Ave. And there's 4 things I'd like to touch on. Seems to be some of the same concerns that were just talked about with the sight line, that being one of them. Even though I'm a little bit of disagreement with the study. It's not uncommon for me to have to lay on my horn for people not to hit me pulling out of my driveway. And I don't know who to, I certainly don't think it's the developer's issue. That road was redone in, I think, the 90s by MDOT, I think it was. The concern is with not only the site visibility, but pedestrians there. That's also the Eastern Trail bike route. So there's a lot of pedestrian traffic there. I'm concerned somebody's gonna get hit. And I think there might be a simple solution to something like that. And it might be just a section of guardrail, a 10-foot section of guardrail to slow people down. Maybe that's something that the board could look into, and there could be an exploration. Sorry, let me see. Second item, I think that probably the developer would be happy to agree with me on too, I hope, is the mailbox situation on Highland Ave and Chamberlain. For some reason, the postmaster wants all the mailboxes on that particular side of the street. Right now, my mailbox is buried in some trees that are on his property, and it's obviously going to be in the way. It's going forward. I'd like to see if the town could probably spearhead that issue and talk to the postmaster, because I've tried going down and talking to them about it, and they just won't hear it. I'm sure everybody on Highland Ave and Chamberlain would be happy to agree that they'd like their mailbox on their side of the street. I mean, I'm basically avoid getting my mail because I don't want to get hit by a car. Third issue, I'm going to challenge Goral Palmer on their calculations a little bit with the parking. Going back to the issue with Highland Ave and the curve there and that turn, there's no way that people could be parking in the street there. According to chapter 11 of zoning, from what I found earlier online through the town of Scarborough's website, those work-live units it states 2.5 spaces per 1,000 square feet. I think their calculations are based off of 1.5. I just think that's something that needs to be looked at, because it seems to be some type of miscommunication. My concern is that people are going to be parking in the street. They got 2 4-bedroom units that could be potentially 4 cars per unit. It's just a concern, nothing that can't be solved. And the fourth item I'd like to talk about is after kind of thumbing through the plans quickly, was the possibility of extending SOAR, since there's going to be a curb cut for them to tie in water. If they can maintain the proper 5-foot distance between the 2 lines, extending SOAR over to the curb line for me to possibly tie in. On a good faith effort. And that's not looking for them to bear the cost or anything like that, but if that's something that could be looked into. And that was all I had.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else online? Or in the room? And we have someone in the room.
I was just going to share, this is not the item that I came here to talk to you guys about. But my name is Jessica Holbrook. I live at 137 Beach Ridge Road, and I'm a member of the Historic Preservation Implementation Committee. So I did just want to kind of point and note out, it's listed in your minutes as Scarborough Historic Preservation Commission. And we are the Historic Preservation Implementation Committee. So thought I would just kind of share that. We did receive information. I didn't realize this item was on here tonight, so I have no, anything to add other than the initial proposal we saw was certainly a bit different than what's been circulated today. As a whole, the committee had felt that there was enough of the main building, which is what was unique and interesting about that property, at the time was to be preserved. So, interior facade were just described as maintaining, natural features in the building like staircases and fireplaces and those sort of unique historic items within the building. But like I said, would just kind of pass along that it was in general favor and just that, there's a typo in here. So I'd share.
I think the staff will note the typo. I've noticed people writing on their papers. Any other comment? In that case, public hearing is closed. I turn this over to the board, but I would ask the staff to respond to the question. I'm not sure if I've got it right, but the question in terms of hooking up to water or sewer. The gentleman, if you could come back up, I think I'm not clear what you're asking. When you ask for, in terms of a hookup, and then perhaps the applicant can respond to that question right now.
Yeah, if you could put the utility plan up, that'd be helpful.
I think I lost my sharing abilities. Oh, I might have, okay, I actually, yep.
So they're basically making the blue line there, they're making a curb cut over basically to almost my property. And in 2021, the previous owner of the house installed a septic system. I'm not sure why or how, because from what I understand, it's, if you're, you can't replace the septic system if public sewer is available. I'd like to be on public sewer. What I'm seeing is that they're coming over basically to my curb line to tie in water and looks like this is so good.
The blue and
The red
are both waters.
They're both water services? Okay. So,
However, that green is sewer is being sent. It's the green is the sewer.
correct. So what I was saying was if there is a possibility, me bearing the cost of tying into that sewer line, looking into it between, whether it's between the developer and me and whatnot, like the town of Scarborough.
And now that you've met the developer's representative standing there, I suggest you find an opportunity to chat and see if that's possible, something that you can work on. It wouldn't be the planning board's role. But
It's an opportunity.
it's an opportunity. You've now met the person who's going to do that, and that should facilitate a good discussion.
Yep. Thank you.
And if I can just add to, we're talking about that trench. And like you said, that is your opportunity to get across, because I would point out that this road is still under moratorium by DOT. So you'd have to get authorization anyway to get across, because they just paved that road 2 years ago, last year, something like that, last year. Thank you, Roger. And so there might be a wider trench that's necessary anyway for the
I'm
paving
sure that's
to
probably
happen.
why.
A lot of times they'll do like, a 20 feet on either side of the utility, right? So that
Well,
could be a
it's
pretty wide
it's a-
trench. If you're cutting into brand new pavement, they make
Well,
you
I'm
do
sure
a kind of a
that's
wider
probably
swath.
why you guys allowed him to put a new septic system.
Well, it would still, oh, that's, I see what you mean. No, well, they're bringing it quite a ways, down the road sewer, so you still have a ways to go
Correct.
to get there. And that would have to be coordinated with the Scarborough Sanitary District. That would be something else you need to figure out where they want you to connect in.
Roger has a question for you, sir. Go ahead.
Yes. Is it Mr. Butler?
Yes,
Did you say you lived at number 5?
I did. I just purchased number 5 several months ago.
Okay.
I'm in the process of renovating, so hopefully it's gonna be the cool corner in Scarborough. That's-
I'm pretty familiar with that, the curve there. You know,
Yes.
it's like a hairpin turn coming off of Black Point Road.
Yes,
And then it's a swing towards this structure.
yes.
And then there's another big bend in the road as Highland continues on. And if I heard you correctly, you questioned the calculations of the applicant in terms of the speed limit, because I just find it hard to believe that anybody's going over 30 miles an hour as they transition through that stretch right there.
There's like a 5-foot wide bike lane there. And people are, I have to hit my horn sometimes because people are, when I'm pulling up to the end of the driveway or even mowing my lawn, I've had people, have to swerve because they're trying to hit me. I just find that 28 miles an hour hard to believe because people go pretty quick through there.
Okay. I don't know, I don't know where to go from there. I
Yeah,
think
I-
that seems to be the issue, because as I read it, DOT, this site distance standard cannot be waived. So we gotta get that resolved somehow.
Yeah,
Or it
like I
might-
said, it might be just a small section of
Yeah.
guardrail, and it could be between a collaborative between. I don't think it's their responsibility
Yeah.
personally. That's me. I mean, it could be a donation, Eastern Trail combination of the town of Scarborough and MDOT. I don't know I'm not trying to point fingers at anybody. I honestly don't feel like it's their responsibility either.
Excuse me, sir, I think this is something that we probably can't solve here.
Right, this is. something-
But you've called it to our attention and the staff has taken note of it. And the concerns, about traffic around that road. The problem that we are now faced with, however, is that, according to our traffic consultant, Barton Logi and, Logidis is unable to recommend approval of this project without an acceptable resolution to the site distance standard not being met. Now, that's simply B&L. The board can decide that it's comfortable with, as I understand it, and Autumn will correct me if I'm wrong, but that the board can decide it's, given all of the information that we've heard, it's comfortable with that distance, the current distance. It's just that B&L can't recommend it. And I think that's, in other words, that falls back on us to make a determination if we think that the site distance diminution is okay. So, because if it's not, then we're going to have to spend, we will see this applicant again, because there's going to have to be some certainly additional discussion over whether and how to take care of an issue with site distance and speed and swerving. Angela?
I guess I would also just ask maybe the board to, maybe the applicant can further talk about the 2 options that were actually provided. Our peer reviewer actually gave 2 options to accommodate the site distance. So if those are not possible or.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Butler. Thank you. Appreciate your comments and your bringing this to our attention. So there are 2 options. Is the applicant ready to address those and with an ability to do that? In other words, either secure the easement or move the proposed driveway location.
So just to touch on sort of some of the things that you said, we do currently achieve the site distance. There is the site triangle visible. However, it does encroach on that lot, which means we can't further down the line predict what's going to happen on that lot. Obviously, right now it works, but in terms of the safety, we have to continue all possibilities. We will continue to look into obtaining an easement. However, we don't know at this time the availability or the feasibility of that in terms of price, et cetera, all the options availability moving forward. So that is one option. We are looking further into that. We also, as this was provided to the peer reviewer, I believe Wednesday or Thursday of last week, short turnaround. I don't know if the staff got the supplemental memo that was provided as part of this that kind of dove into the speed study and measuring those speeds observed. We also did look into moving the driveway further east of the existing location. There is no moving east. There is also an encroachment on the lot, basically going further right. The existing driveway also, looked into as an option. That also encroaches on lot 5. So basically, everything from the existing to the east encroaches on that lot and would require an easement. However, we will continue to examine options in terms of first looking at the feasibility of an easement, and the second option, moving the driveway potentially west if absolutely needed to achieve that site distance.
All right, thank you. While we had a draft motion, I'm not going to read that draft motion because I think we need to resolve this issue before we go forward with approving this. I'm also cognizant of the time and a group that's been waiting here. So let me ask the board if there is any burning comment to make on this project before we send the applicant back to come back to us, having resolved some of the issues, any of the issues that the staff have raised, and very specifically the site distance. All right, one burning comment. Go ahead.
For me, what I would like to see is there are some existing giant trees, let's say they're just very large trees that are there right at the entrance. And with your proposed entrance, at least 2, likely 3 of them are gonna get taken down. What I would like to see is an alternative that preserves most of those trees that are there. I know you said the moving the driveway east really isn't an option. Maybe you sacrifice a unit. I'm not quite sure how that could be accomplished, but I'd like to see another alternative to trying to preserve more of those large, tall trees that are there. Because that's just a significant loss for that area in terms of just shade and growth, and doesn't really get replaced by small trees.
Understood.
Thank you.
2 very quick things for you to take as you get ready to come back to us. One, there was a comment in the staff comments about pedestrian facilities and the town plan to provide such a plan along this corridor, but I didn't see anything on your plan or in your presentation to that end. If you're coming back, you can come back to us with that information one way or another. And the last idea that I would give to you, perhaps your team has thought of this already, but as a third option, if the 85th percentile speed at this corner is only 28 miles an hour, I'm not sure why the speed limit is 35 miles to begin with. And so either that or an easement on the property on the corner requires that you go back to DOT. So I don't know which is the path of least resistance, but that's just another option for you to entertain.
Thank you. No other comments? In that case, please come back to us and certainly work with the staff on resolving this. I think you've got essentially a good project here. Sorry, there's these little glitches that really do need to be handled.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item 405, At 2 minutes of 10 o'clock, Portland Rugby Club is requesting sketch plan review for construction of 2 recreational rugby fields at 122 Two Rod Road. The project includes walkways, an access road, clubhouse, bleachers, and parking facilities. This property is further identified as 122 and 142 Rod Road, Assessors Map R32, lots 1 and 1A for the town.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Portland Rugby Club is currently in front of the planning board with a sketch plan. They are seeking to build an outdoor rec facility with 2 pitches, one being for practicing. The applicant has previously received special exception approval from the Zoning Board of Appeals for this outdoor rec use. Staff has identified possible discussion items that may be of interest to the board, including requiring parking, emergency vehicle access, as well as historic implications, as the project is listed in the town's historic list of properties in the zoning ordinance. The application has been referred to the Historic Preservation Implementation Committee for review, who I believe is prepared to speak during public comment tonight. So with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to members of the planning board for hearing our sketch plan review this evening. My name is Matthew Winch. I'm an architect by trade, but I'm also the vice chair of the board of directors for the Portland Rugby Club. Being promoted to a panelist here, so I'm going to be able to hopefully share my screen. Just trying to not allowing me to share the screen.
Maybe I just changed it, so maybe if you try again.
There we go. Great. Title bar is in the way. Well, we'll work from the rough draft of the layout. So sorry for that. Good evening again. My name is Matthew Winch. I'm the vice chair of the board of directors of the Portland Rugby Club. We're here before you tonight, as previously described, to give an introduction to our proposed facility project on Two Rod Road here in Scarborough. Portland Rugby Club, just a quick overview of our history. The Portland Rugby Club dates back to 1969. We celebrated our 50th anniversary a few years ago and have enjoyed a robust existence over those 50 years, starting in the Brunswick area as an offshoot of a Bowdoin rugby team, and then slowly establishing ourselves in the Portland area in the early 1970s. There is also a women's rugby club that was established in the late 1970s as well. And a few years ago, both of our entities merged together to create a singular entity for the purposes of developing a permanent future home for the rugby club as use and needs for fields were consumed by others in communities around us. We saw the opportunity through some fundraising to develop our own facility if we could find some property that would support that. We spent a number of years actually looking at different properties and finally settled on a long due diligence of this property here before you tonight, and we closed on that property in June of 2022, and it was transferred a few months later by a donor who had purchased the property for us and turned to the club in September of that same year. We are the deeded owners of the property now at this point. So that's just a quick history of the rugby club. Just wanted to give you a little bit of contextual foundation on our existence here in the Portland area over the last 50 years. Let's shift to a bit of a project overview. So I'm just going to jump to the next slide. And what we are looking at is twofold, as described. It's a main championship pitch, as we're calling it, which is a regulation full-size rugby field with parking to support it. Bleachers, as you can see on the image, and a potential future clubhouse that we see potentially being built in a time span of 2 to 3, maybe 4 years from now. That construction of the clubhouse wouldn't happen concurrent with our developments at this time. We see it as a phase 2 process moving forward just for financial reasons. The parking lot itself would have parking for about 75 cars. Our civil engineer, who's with us this evening, Jody O'Neill, will touch on some of the particulars there shortly, but just wanted to give a high-level overview of what we're looking here as part of the development. The other portion of the development is a practice field, again, as previously described, and would be accessed via a walking trail, but it would be an 8-foot wide walking trail, one that was purposely sized at 8 feet for potential emergency vehicle use. As part of this initial work, we're also looking at the potential of we purchased 2 properties when we secured this land. The other property is 142 Rod Road. It's a log cabin structure that was built over time. Some would argue it's still under construction because it was never finished even when we bought it last year after having started in the 1980s. That house is in a state of serious disrepair, and we would look to take that house down. And in the short term, we would also utilize that area as a potential stockpile site for fill that will come out of the ground as part of this project for use as a potential future further field development that we would undertake at a point in time when we felt we could roll up our sleeves again and attack a more involved and detailed review with Maine DEP and Army Corps of Engineers, because at that point we would be into site law. So at this point now, we were just looking at the potential for stockpiling some material on our property in an area that we think DEP would support for future use. One thing I do want to clarify, because the notes that you provided, obviously for public consumption, and part of our application also noted the removal of the house at 122 Two Rod Road. One of the reasons that we proposed that, we just wanted to state that clearly tonight, is we did have a structural engineer review the house. We were actually intending at saving it and potentially using it for future club purposes. And after having a structural engineer walk through it, and noting a lot of the issues with the structure itself. There's a lot of dry rot. There's a lot of carpenter ant infestations and other things that are sort of detrimental to the health of the house. We looked at it as a situation where the safest thing, unfortunately, may be to remove the house. We are aware that it is locally noted in your zoning ordinance as a property of historical significance. We don't discount that, but we also just looked at it purely from the standpoint of what's the safest thing to do at this point in time. We're certainly open to furthering a conversation about what does happen with the house, but at this point, it's a house that we're seeing as one that needs a lot of work and attention to even bring it towards a point where it would be safe for human occupancy. But we can circle back to that. I just wanted to touch on that since we talked about the other structure. I'm going to invite Jody O'Neill up to talk about some of the site features and environmental items.
Good evening. As Matthew said, my name is Jody O'Neill. I work for the James Tool Company. We've been working on this project with both Andy and Matthew for a while now. So I'll just do kind of a quick overview. So the total project that they're proposing to develop, it's right around 6.6 acres. So that's grading the fields, parking lot, clubhouse, and walkways. And then about, I think it's, let me see, sorry, I didn't memorize these numbers. It's about 1.4 acres of impervious area. And that includes the porous asphalt that they're proposing for stormwater treatment. So right now, we have a stormwater permit application that's been submitted to the DEP. So that we have to treat the water quality. So they're proposing the porous asphalt, some under drain soil filters, some roof drip line filters, and this kind of like a stone filter that's going to go along the field. So kind of everywhere where runoff is going to leave the developed area, we have some sort of treatment. So we're just over 95% treatment, which is what the DEP requires for these type of services. And then for the local ordinance, we have to meet the pre and post quantity numbers for the 210 and 25-year storms. So we're in the process of modeling that right now. You know, hopefully all the things that we have in place will take care of it and there won't be any issues. Then the other thing that we have submitted to the DEP is the Tier 2 permit for wetland impacts. So you can kind of see the brown hatched areas that are around the parking lot and in some of the fields. So those are the wetland impacts. So that's been submitted to the DEP and that's under review. And then Army Corps also has a copy of that. And the other application we have is the permit by rule, NRPA, that's at the Department of Environmental Protection also. And that's for impacting the vernal pool buffer, the 250-foot. I can't remember what the impact was. I'm gonna say it was like 7% or something. Yeah, 7% of the buffer. So all of those applications are in right now at the DEP. We are currently doing a traffic analysis. So we've done some trip generations and sent it to your peer reviewer for the site. So we're still working on that. And basically we're fewer than 100 trips. So the project does not require a traffic movement permit through the DEP. So that's kind of like a quick overview of what we're doing for permitting for the site. And I can flip it to the grading plan. So this is just showing the grading. Obviously, it's kind of small for us to all look at, but you can see the stormwater features on this plan that are all graded out, just showing that the water is draining to it. And then goes back to the clubhouse with Matthew.
Thank you, Jody. Figured out how to get it to operate correctly. So just wanted to give you a brief introduction to the floor plans since we included them in the packet. We are looking at a two-story structure that would be built on a downslope leading from the field. So one of the levels, a lower level locker room, would actually just be a daylight access out towards the primary playing field itself. The upstairs space would be a general assembly space that would be used during club activities. Sort of a history and tradition of rugby is to hold a post-match social, which we typically hold right now at an in-town facility in Portland, or sometimes another location. And this would just allow us to host our guests at the facility as well. And as I said, the lower level is just a series of locker rooms. At this point, we're showing sort of a maximum potential development. This isn't necessarily the size of a clubhouse that gets built. It's certainly the largest clubhouse that we would build if we were to move forward with eventual building construction. We wanted to permit a larger size with respect to the DEP applications to make sure that if our ambitions grew, that we would be covered. But like I said, it will likely be a smaller structure. And as I mentioned, this would just daylight straight out to through underneath the bleachers to the rugby field. Exterior elevations right now just shown as a very simple structure with some modest pitched roof elements to it, a flat roofed area that could be used for potential viewing as well, just from a higher vantage point above over the bleachers looking down towards the field.
Material wise, we're looking at a cementitious siding of some type or sort. At this point, we haven't selected one. Aluminum clad windows and doors throughout on the exterior, a galvalume roofing on the pitched roof areas, obviously flat roof areas would have either EPDM or a walking surface suitable for rooftop access use. And then the aluminum railings that would come with the rooftop access. And then I've just also noted some PT framed enclosures. You had asked about a potential location of an on-site dumpster. This would be one potential location for us, or we could move it adjacent to the existing garage that we would leave as well, which is pretty close to the proposed building location as well. We will address that for a full site plan review submission. And just quickly, just showing you a little bit of our schedule. Nothing really of great benefit here, but it's just to show you sort of the progress of where we are and where we've been. As you can see, we're sort of at the end of our development window here as far as getting in the ground. Our hope is to be through DEP review within the next month and a half, so that we would ultimately be able to come back here for a final site plan review approval in February. We know that the town of Scarborough is not a conditional approval municipality, that we'd have to come back for final approval once we had the DEP permit. So that's our sort of targeted timeline right now, is to hopefully be back in front of you in January and obviously in February for final approval. And from there, again, we just wanted to keep it at a high level overview. We'll turn it to you for any questions you might have.
Thank you. This item is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public in the room? Please approach the podium. Remember, you have 3 minutes. And is there anybody online at all? Nobody online? Okay.
I'm old-ish, not really, but still like my
That,
paper.
that's okay. That's why I talked to Angela, to give you time to hop along.
So my name is Jessica Holbrook. I live at 137 Beach Ridge Road. I'm a volunteer and member of the town's Historic Preservation Implementation Committee, or HPIC. And I am here just merely as a representative to share some of the history and background of 122 Two Rod Road, known as the Blossom Place. And as well to maybe just touch on and explain a little bit what a local designation does and what it maybe doesn't do. Well, the reason why this is just me presenting some facts to you about this property is because I myself am sunsetting on this committee on the 31st, as well as another member of this committee. So we felt it inappropriate to try to, we weren't aware until Wednesday. So we didn't feel as leaving committee members, it was appropriate to thumbs up or thumbs down this plan. We'll leave that for the next seated committee and our new counselor liaison. So on that, on the note, there's, although there's a family surname of Green also associated with this property, my own Green family has no connection to the property or known ancestry in common. So I just wanted to put that out there. So the 94, the town accepted a grant to produce a historic building and structure survey and inventory. This was in partnership with the Maine Historic Preservation Commission. In the 94 survey, 122 Two Rod Road is cited as being owned by a George Corinder and is noted to have a cemetery on the property. The 94 survey is literally just, this, it's a photocopy that I received from here in town hall, and that list should be somewhere around in the building. So with that, around 2014, HPIC was formed and began reviewing properties for the survey to put forth a recommendation of 48 properties as being historic interest or value to Scarborough. These were later adopted by the town council, -1 Ralph Tem homestead. A local designation is, and this is why I said, because I'm fielding a lot of questions about this property. So I wanted to touch on it real quick. A local designation shelters the structure of the property by offering leniency for meeting certain building codes with the main building code. That would reduce its historic character of the building. So examples of that would be things like winding staircases, stained glass windows, things that maybe didn't, a window doesn't meet egress, but it would be detrimental to remove it. So it offers shelter. The other thing the local designation does is it's the first necessary step for a property owner to step onto the path of being a candidate or applicant for the National Register, as well as for programs such as historic tax credits. It also offers, not that I think it applies in this case, density credits when you preserve for dwelling units. But the one main thing I do want to say, because I was fielding this for the last few days, it does not preclude a building or structure from being demolished. So with that, I will get into the meat and potatoes of 122 Two Rod Road. Historic family names associated with this property are Harmon, Blossom, Green, Layton. The property's interests are with a burial ground and an 1800 structure. The Blossoms arrived in Scarborough, back then Massachusetts, and Scarborough spelt with no GH, in the late years of the 1700s and early 1800s. Hannah Bean Blossom being windowed.
Jessica, you're well over your 3 minutes.
Sure, I can just leave this with
Well,
somebody
you
and-
know, if you have a conclusion you'd like to offer, why don't you do that?
Sure. Hannah Bean Blossom is a Revolutionary War wife. She marries Sylvanus Blossom. The reason why they're an interesting, is you can find record of her in the National Archives. Sylvanus is famous for the Sylvanus Ling Trotter Track, later known as the Ling Trotter Track, which is shown in the 1870s Scarborough historical map and later becoming the Beech Ridge Motor Speedway in the 1940s. Libius Blossom, son of the Blossoms, purchased 122 Two Rod Road from Jonathan Harmon in 1816. I swear I'm getting to the point of what's really very significant. A record of this can be found in the Cumberland County Registry of Deeds in Book 76, page 54. The house and property in 1865 is sold by William Blossom to Eunice Green and details a description and location of a burial ground located on the land next to the Dodges. This also can be found at the registry in book 0334 on page 311. Each deed moving forward, which I've included this in the packet that I will leave with town staff. Each deed moving forward from Green to Lapierre to Layton to Coriander, and et cetera, makes reference of the burial ground found in the Blossom Green deed description. I also tried as best I could to highlight, like I said, the description itself of where it can be found on the property. So summarization, the Blossom Place is an 1800s house and is associated with a prominent early Scarborough family with ties to the Revolutionary War. There are human remains on the property and is likely to be the resting place of several Blossom family members. As this sold a few months after the end of the Civil War, there is a potential for veteran remains from that war era as well. There are additional historic records of the Blossoms at the Scarborough Historic Society in the ephemera collection, and was asked to provide that to you guys just as from them at the Historic Society. So the ephemera collection, would have just humbly advised to consult with them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Usually what we do in terms of any allegations of a cemetery is that basically it needs to be found and it needs to be protected. That's separate from the house. And by protected, I mean set up so that people walking by aren't going to constantly encroach on the graves. People will start to ask you questions on the board, so somebody should stand up there. I'm letting you know what we do when we discover that there is a cemetery on site.
Yes, no, and I understand that. I was wondering if you wanted a response from us about said cemetery at this time.
That's fine.
Because our surveyor, so we were made aware of the potential for a cemetery on this property. If you look at the deed recordings that have been presented, they talk about an area that would be set aside for a burial plot. We have looked, our surveyor has looked and even communicated back with us again today. He cannot find any evidence that there is an actual cemetery on the property. There is reference to a potential burial plot on the property, but not that there was ever an actual cemetery on the property. There are no fenced areas, there are no headstones, there is no visible evidence other than the reference on the deed as to where the cemetery, this potential burial site would be located along the southerly property line, along what is now called the, I'm sorry, want to get back to my full site plan, along the what is now the Swindell property. And it should also be noted that majority of our development as proposed right now avoids the property line of the Swindell property. We're about 75 feet into it, based on the building layout itself, or rather the field layout itself. If I can get my privileges back to sharing the screen. Oh, yeah, I got logged out. I got logged out. Yeah, I got logged out when the, I will just try and summarize then, just based on the site layout. The majority of our field is, along the, along the Waterhouse, end of the property, and not abutting what is now called the Swindell, property. But just to reiterate, we have no evidence that there is an actual cemetery. We have looked for it. The surveyor looked both through deed records, title records within the Cumberland County Registry of Deeds. He also brought forth to us today a map that was a 1875, is that? It's in 1871. Sorry, this is Andrew Nelson. He's part owner of Sewell, our civil engineer. But he's also a member of the rugby club as well. So this map, and we'll share it appropriately at a later time, but it shows our property highlighted here, and it shows all of the found cemeteries in the area, and there is not a cemetery noted anywhere near our property. So that's again through some of the historical documentation, but also through our own on-site efforts to locate a potential burial ground. The other thing that we can offer, and we can't know what happened in the 1950s when the turnpike was constructed, but this property was used as a borrow site. And fill from this property was part of the construction of the turnpike. And the borrow site is in areas along the Swindell property. We don't know of any historical documentation that shows that an active burial site was turned up at that time either. So we just want to put that out there that we're working on it, but we're feeling like it's a hunt for a needle in a haystack where the needle might not be in the haystack.
I would appreciate it, though, if you would continue to work with the Historical Society. And Jessica has a pile of material. I don't know if it duplicates everything that you have. We have it here now. Speaking as someone whose daughter has a cemetery, a historic cemetery on her property in her backyard, I know that frequently people couldn't afford a gravestone. And it might have been simply a wooden cross, might have been a small block of granite. So for a historic society, going for a historical cemetery going back to the 1850s, you're not necessarily going to come upon a bunch of gravestones. There are ways to determine if the ground was disturbed for cemeteries, for the burial of bodies. It's probably expensive and not something you want to go into, but you do want to keep looking and work with the Historic Society just to really be sure that it's not there.
No, and it's not without ignorance that we're addressing it tonight. It's that as part of our due diligence, we looked, and the best determination that our professional land surveyor could come to us with was that the right was afforded, but it was never executed because we cannot find anything that historically that records it as an actual deeded burial plot beyond the acknowledgement in the 1865 document that begins to talk about it being offered.
And Jessica, if there's any way that you can contribute to help, really appreciate as they go along. If you uncover anything that's more specific about the fact that it wasn't just deeded, but it was actually used, that would be very helpful. So just simply continue to search on that. I know it's not easy to find, but from those years, people had a different process than sending folks to a large registered cemetery. I mean, they,
Absolutely. If we find it, we would support preserving it appropriately. Again, we think it's not in the air. If it is where it's described, it's further northwest of where we're proposing a field. But it's also in the area where that was a borrow site. And
okay, thank you. Roger, let me just remind folks that this is a sketch plan and remind the applicants that what we're looking at is kind of a 30,000-foot view to let you know what we might ask you questions about, or what we definitely will ask you questions about as you go along. So you don't necessarily have to respond to things that we say so much as understand when we say, we think you should take a look at this, or this is something that we look for going forward. Our role here is to advise you how best to construct your application. So when it comes to us, you're in good shape.
absolutely, yeah.
Roger?
Yes, I actually wanted to ask Jessica. Does the Historic Society have any problems with the two homes that are going to be demolished?
So, well, I'm not a member of the Historic Society, so I wouldn't really want to speak for them. So the Historic Society is its own.
Well, what do you kind of?
I'm from the town's historic implementation.
Oh, okay, all right. Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was just saying, I'm not a,
Okay.
I'm not a member of the Historic Society, so I'm not sure what their viewpoints are at this time, so.
Okay, I just wanted to, I knew you were getting ready to leave, so I just wanted to grab you.
Sure.
You know, that's my mistake, okay.
And I am happy to, I know I said my time is sunsetting on this committee, as best I can. I'm happy to help continue to work through some of the documents. I will point out, it's very hard, and I'm happy to stay on as a volunteer, but it is harder to ferret out because you have to remember, in 1820 is when we became a state. So sometimes these documents are split between Massachusetts, and it's not Cumberland County, it's York County. And so ferreting all of that out is a bit time consuming. And so, certainly maybe after the holidays with Christmas, I'll be a little more helpful.
All right, thank you. We have received as well 2 letters concerning the rugby club. And that one from Denise Hamilton, it will be into the record. She also addresses the issue of the road, the historical nature of the road, and Elizabeth Fayan, who also addresses the issue of the growth in that area. Both of those will be entered into the record. Was there anybody else from the public who wishes to speak? If not, public hearing is over, and we will turn to the board. Who wants to go? Roger?
Yeah, I think this is kind of interesting, but I'd just like to ask you some questions about your organization, all right? Because I think it has an impact on traffic. And if you were sitting here earlier, you know that this whole area is a big issue with traffic. How many, I'm trying to think, I don't know anything about what you guys do. So do you have people from, are there other teams from around the state that would tend to come here and play tournaments and things like that, or?
So the sport of, I'm going to answer your question in part and then perhaps ask Jody to chime in on the actual traffic impact work that we've submitted already. if you feel it necessary, because I know this is, again, 30,000 feet sketch plan review. So rugby is a sport at our level, at the men's club and women's club level. We actually play a schedule in the autumn against other teams from around New England. So on a given Saturday, we would host a team from out of state potentially. The women would host on another weekend a team from out of state. We overlap at times, but it's at the mercy of the schedule that gets prepared for us. And we compete across a 9-week or so league season. The women's season is a little bit shorter. That then can potentially lead to a national playoff structure. So at the men's and women's club level, we do play and compete in a national championship type picture. Again, hosting teams from typically out of state. We are the only rugby club, men's rugby club and men's women's club in the state of Maine. We are trying to build a youth program as well. But at the moment, it would be for our own matches and small one-off tournaments, because tournaments usually require multiple fields to pull off a successful rugby tournament.
When you have a tournament, is it just with one other team, or are there other teams and you have like a round robin or something like that? Well, the reason I'm getting at that is because I've been to some events with my grandkids, and they have, crowds of people, different towns sending their kids. And if you're just having a game against one other team, that's a certain number of cars. But if you have people coming in from all over to support the various teams, then you have many, many more cars coming in. So that's why I was asking that
Yeah,
question.
so a typical tournament is, so a rugby match is 80 minutes long, 2 40-minute halves. It typically takes about 2 hours to complete a rugby match. If there was another team that was coming to play, if there was going to be any type of a round robin, it wouldn't be something we would typically endeavor in, because that means another team is playing a second match, which is sometimes not something that you want to do after playing rugby for 80 minutes, is play another match. So the circumstances around which you're asking are probably more unusual than they would be common for us. We would typically play our opponent's team. They might have what we call as a B-side, which is again members of that same club that will play a second, typically shorter match, just to get new and developing players some time on the field. But we don't typically play round robins. If we were to host a playoff match, we might host 4 teams. One plays at noon, the other plays at 2:30 type situation. So they wouldn't be arriving and departing at the same time either. But that would be, again, that's a one-off that the league awards us a playoff game. It's more inside baseball than you wanted, but I can't give you a really concise answer to your question.
And this will be my last question on this topic. You have spaces for parking, but on average, how many people actually come to watch your games?
We provided a narrative along with our submission. I believe it was included in our submission. I can't recall the numbers off the top of my head. I helped generate the narrative. It's you've got.
Is it basically just family or things like that? Or?
It's a few former club members.
Okay.
How many people we get on a sideline might be 30 people spectating fans. We'd like to see that change. Our ambitions on our plans show something that would hope that over time we build up something bigger, but that also brings with it future expansion, which deals with future parking and traffic studies with that as well. So at this point in time, we're trying to keep it baked down to what our typical Saturday at Fox Street in Portland is. That's where we typically play our home matches, is renting fields from the city of Portland. And we may have 50 total vehicles that are all, looking for parking across that area of the East Bay side in Portland.
Or is that by, what's the name of the housing development there? What?
Rising tide, that matters.
Okay, yeah, okay, all right. That's all I have. I was just trying to project what the anticipated, if this was to really blossom into, no pun intended, into something really big, how many, possibly how many cars could be in it.
Yeah, no, and that's why our traffic engineer, Diane Morbido, who's also part of Sewell, provided the initial report. And it was with feedback from members of the club as to what we typically expect, both on practice nights, which are obviously more benign than a match day on a Saturday.
Okay, Kennedy Park.
All right, thank you. Who would like to go next? Jan?
I just have a quick question. I thought the staff well, first of all, I thought you submitted a lot of information for sort of a sketch plan submission, but as you've heard throughout the night, that's always just helpful for us, and you have to do it anyway. So eventually, so a good package. And good comments by staff in the memo for things we'd be looking for in the future. Just out of pure curiosity, you mentioned a playing season of approximately 9 weeks. Maybe there's like a little bit before and a little bit after that, but I'm curious what your vision, what the organization's plan is for the facility outside of that time frame.
So it's going to be very conservative because one of the things that we've struggled with is finding the reason we're building a field and a half. There are two triggers for that. It wasn't a field in 3/4 because we were nudging up against site law. So we did what we could within the parameters of the DEP tier that we wanted to be in. And so that second field is a practice field so that we can maintain the what we're referring to as the championship pitch. So we're going to be rather greedy with that because it would be a grass all natural pitch, and we don't have an intention of leasing that out on a very frequent basis. We see it as our field for our needs and uses. We do have a vision for the future that includes, additional development. The Zoning Board of Appeals saw that when we were there earlier this year before we switched our thinking as far as site law versus the Tier 2 DEP permit that we're in front of now. That included potential for 2 turf fields somewhere down the road. And certainly the turf fields are purpose-built for higher use. And so, somewhere down the road, that intent may change, but as it's presented to you tonight, that's why we decided to scale everything back, was just to focus on what our core needs were.
Sure. So just for your use at this time, no thought for
No, we don't.
sharing with another team or renting out for some other use or something like
For our
that.
clubs, for our club's use, which is
Sure.
men's, women's, and, hopefully, burgeoning youth program of what we call U19s, kids that are under the age of 19, to see if we can, continue to grow our future.
Okay, cool. Great. Thanks.
Jim? Sorry, had you raised your hand? I'm sure I saw you raise your hand. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 'Cause generally, and if this is a too detailed of a question, please just note it for next time, but how late generally in the evening would the facility be open? Ish.
At this point, we're thinking 10-ish, 10:30-ish. And that would be typically on a Tuesday or Thursday night when both the men and women are practicing.
Okay.
But they would be practicing on that smaller practice field. And that might change because we'd be in charge of our own facility finally. We use those timeframes as a general guide because right now, securing fields is a very challenging thing. The club is practiced here down at the high school fields at night till 9:30 at night. We practice at Memorial Stadium in Portland at Deering High till 10 or 10:30 at night because that was the city's cutoff limit, and that's the best time we could get. Securing fields is like securing ice time these days. It's an ever challenging ordeal.
For sure. I'll just note, because I have the good neighbor ordinance here in front of me from earlier. Maybe consider some of the daytime hours they have is 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and then 9 to 9 on Sundays. Maybe kind of take those into consideration a little bit. Again, just talking about good faith efforts here, because there's clearly some local concerns just about overdevelopment in this area. In general, when you submit your lighting plan, above and beyond the typical things that are listed in the ordinance, include a description or a small wiring diagram of a lighting control plan that would show you dimming the fixtures near down to their bare minimum levels of security. Theoretically, at night, there should be no one on these sites, or at least on the turfs. So if you're dimming them down to near zero during the evening hours, that would reduce lighting pollution greatly in this area. And you can compensate with that for having nighttime security cameras, barred and locked gate to prevent any kind of vehicular entry. thinking about kids that want to come out and go do, you know what I mean, driving around on golf greens and everything else,
We've
but
talked about it.
yeah, and I'm sure that's a huge consideration for you guys as well, but having a barred and locked gate, last person out shuts the gate at the end of the day, especially if it's a local club that owns it. Nighttime security cameras, you can really take those lights all the way down and eliminate the concerns, a lot of the concerns for nighttime pollution.
Can I turn the tables just really quick and ask you
Sure.
a question? Because we did internally, as a group, talk about whether or not we wanted to gate the perimeter. We are probably going to put a fence around, the ring fence the entire field to keep dirt bikes off. I grew up here in Scarborough. I know what I used to do on green patches of grass when I was a kid. But we shied away from the gate at the entry because we weren't sure how public services, fire department and EMS would respond to that. So
Sure.
we opted against it.
I guess at your best judgment, just thinking about if you're gonna have the lights turned off, you don't want anybody able just to drive their side by side up on your property kind of thing. But I'll leave that up to
Yeah,
your
but I guess
personal
my question is
consideration.
the fire department will work with us on that.
Yes, for whatever width that you need for the road for access and things like that, they would go over that with you.
Yeah, usually the fire department works with you to get a Knox box so that if they need to get in,
So
they
there'd be
have
there'd be a Knox box on the fence then.
at the gate, yeah.
The gate,
Or they have a Knox lock,
yeah.
so
Yeah.
they have the key to it.
And that's,
Just
yeah,
go
that's
up,
an answer.
and you
That
can
is-
Or a
double lock,
combination or
yeah.
something.
Yep, I was just looking for that. Yeah, thank you.
Cool. Would matches be open to the public to come and check out, I would imagine?
Yes.
Awesome. I mean, I'm thinking, you know, when we're losing recreational businesses like Beach Ridge Motor Speedway that drew a lot of people here. Next door to us, a different town, but same thing, the Gorham Country Club, because of the I-95 corridor that's going to be going through to 114 in Gorham. These are kind of activities that draw people to our small communities, that makes them fun. Unfortunately, they're disappearing just due to age and ownership that just wants to change and do something else. And personally, I think this is something recreational that people would enjoy attending. And I would hope that this would grow to great success, given that everybody involved in this process is reaching amicable decisions on making sure everybody's on the same page. Are you going to require irrigation of your fields, or would irrigation be necessary?
Well, we think irrigation will probably be necessary. We know we don't have any water there. The well that
Right.
serves the property right now it's a shallow well. It wouldn't support,
Right.
you know, even a modern need. It barely supports the household needs. So we'd probably drill a new well, for a potential irrigation system. But yes, we imagine irrigation.
I guess a future consideration, if there was an opportunity for public water to come through that road, or at least come down towards the intersection of Two Rod and Holmes Road, would you ever give consideration to maybe even have a discussion for either pitching in for helping finance, or just being part of a group that wanted to maybe finance this entire project, so it's not one tenant, as you've heard earlier this evening?
Yeah, well, I can say that, you know, we would certainly not back away from a conversation about that, but we also looked at a property up off of Running Hill Road that had a similar requirement, and I overheard it when we were in the other room about bringing water across the turnpike. When we knew that was first in at the property we were looking at, brought the water across, and it wasn't, you know, something that we couldn't carry that water all on our own.
Right.
You know,
No, for sure, and understanding it's a huge significance, a huge significant cost, certainly by yourself, but let's have this is, again, unique opportunities here, once in a great while, that a lot of people may be able to use some public water, especially this side of town. So I would encourage you to have those conversations and, you know, reach out to folks through the town or elsewhere to just at least have that conversation. There's always a chance for some kind of solution here that benefits everybody, and especially in this part of town. And lastly, for me, back to the historical aspect. And as you've mentioned, I know you guys are taking it seriously. It's critical to confirm to the best of your ability and to the satisfactory of the historical society that's reasonable that this possible cemetery is located at least best, and for all the research that is being done and all the surveys that are being completed. Consider maybe working with the historical society, have like a small monument plaque telling their story, some significance. You know, there's an issue of legacy here, historical legacy, and we want to make sure that's documented and noted and respected and all that. So again, detail stuff for later on, but just to plant the seed in your head right now is that the conversations going forward as they develop with those folks. That's the last of my comment, Madam Chair. I'm all set.
Consider naming the, one of the pitches Blossom Field. That's, who would like to go next? Ben?
I will just say that it's a lot of useful staff comments that you can take into account when you're doing your site plan. I was gonna touch on the lighting pollution as well, but James took care of it. That's his area. I think it's a good idea in general, as long as we're not running over a gravesite. I think it's cool to have more recreation coming to the area, and I hope that we can do it in a way that satisfies the neighbors and all that. So
Thank you.
I wish you luck. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Rick?
Let me just say that you've heard a lot. You've got a lot of staff comments. You've done a good job. You're on the right track. Keep at it. I think it could be an addition to the town. It seems like it could be a low impact, sustainable environment you can create back there. I will be looking at the lighting as well as James will. We don't want to see a beacon in the center of the woods. I don't know if you have NCAA lighting requirements for your tournaments or anything like that, but if you do, please include all that information in the packet.
Well, and one of the things, again, this is as much an opportunity for us to ask the board and to present some questions to staff as well. And looking through some of your literature, there's not a lot of definition as to tower heights of lighting towers for recreational fields.
No, there isn't, but you can take your lead from the high school a little bit.
And that's the information we were looking to get, because we typically, we practice and play without our own facility on public fields that are lit similarly here in Scarborough during Memorial Field. Fitzpatrick.
And they've done a lot of conversions to the LEDs and can control their
absolutely
outage, the
intend-
power.
Yeah, we absolutely intend to do the same.
Get some laser shows for 4th of July and all that kind of stuff. All right, good enough.
Thank you. Anybody? Is it my turn? Oh, it's my turn. Wonderful. I'm glad you guys are coming here. I enjoyed, at one point, I enjoyed watching a wonderful rugby game in Christchurch, New Zealand. And we inadvertently sat down with a bunch of fans from one of the teams who were invited to the celebration afterwards. I'm not clear how people score or how do you count anything, but the beer was wonderful. Here are a couple of things I'm going to be looking at. Certainly the parking, how you calculate it, and you talk about buses coming, perhaps bringing teams from out of state. How are you going to park, or where you're going to park the buses? How are you going to arrange to, what size buses might you anticipate coming? How are you going to arrange for them to swing around? You don't have to tell me now, but this is something that we'll ask. As I said, you don't have to tell me now.
We have done all that, but do you want to see like an auto turn template? Like, would that be a good thing?
That, well, in terms of a site plan review, oh, yeah. I mean, that's the sort of thing that we're looking for the larger, certainly for emergency vehicles, and for things like the buses. Now, with the buses, where are they going to park? Out in front, there's not going to be space in the parking lot. So these are the things that we start to look at. Just don't you worry. You just tell me later. As I look at your clubhouse and I start to count the seats, I'm counting maybe 150 or 160 seats inside the clubhouse that you're showing on your plans. If you're going to build a smaller clubhouse, that's fine. We need to know that, because if you're talking about 70 spaces and you've got 150 places for 150 people to have a celebration, then you don't have enough parking spaces. So be very, very careful to make sure that what you're showing us as an occupancy inside is reflected appropriately outside in the parking. The other thing to show us is the bleachers. I mean, what are they going to look like? How are people going to climb them? Is there going to be any arrangements for ADA seating? in other words, how are you going to do that? How are you going to accommodate the crowd that comes? And by the way, we only live a mile away and we'll probably come over Scotto Hill Road and come down to take a look at you because we like rugby. So the other thing, I've got a couple of other things. You have that other field, the smaller pitch, the half pitch, and a trail that people are going to walk along there. Now, if it's in the middle of the night or if it's late, and you say that you're going to be playing around November, if you're practicing in the evening, what's the lighting going to be to get people to that field? Is it going to be bollards? How are you going to handle that? So we'll take a look at that. We have problems with, you're probably not going to run into it, given the times that you're saying that you're going to be playing. But what are you going to do about snow storage? If there is snow, you're going to be plowing the parking lot, you're going to be plowing the walkways, where you're going to store the snow. And make sure as you talk about that what you do not do is decide to store the snow any place where you've also got the landscaping and the bushes and the flowers. I caution you about that because though you smile, people do sometimes forget, and they make those wonderful plans. I think you probably do want to create some security there, because the whole road is dark, basically. So some sort of a gate to prevent kids, at least one of whom during the year will decide, wouldn't it be fun to turn 8s on that field? So just, yeah, you're gonna have to really think about security out there. So I'm glad to see you coming. I think rugby is a great game. I knew somebody who used to play for Australia, and I hope we're going to be saying welcome to Scarborough, and welcome.
Thank you for that. It's an incredibly rewarding sport to play, and it's one that's built around camaraderie and building friendships. So it's nice to hear your story. Just on a personal note, it's nice to hear how you were treated in Christchurch. That's the way we would hope to find ourselves in a similar situation to treat you should you come down and watch a match. One other question, if I might ask you,
Sure.
and it's just about the EV charging stations, because again, in talking just about the field, it's a little blurry at best how that gets implemented, just based on some of the comments the background information we're reading. And we'll just wanted some clarification from staff on that.
And I will turn that over to staff. Let me suggest that the staff are your best friends. And their job is to help you get a completed and acceptable application to us. And they're very good at it. And I have found if they tell an applicant, the board's going to be a little cranky if you keep trying to do that. They're really right. The board gets a little cranky. So work with them. And I hope, do you have any other questions? I mean, we've really looked at it 30,000 feet.
Nope. Those, the site lighting and the EVs were the primary ones, and then obviously the discussion around the burial site we've had, so.
All right. Very good. Thank you. We will see you in a while, but we will, do we think we'll see you in January?
Yes, that's our goal. We'll see
Okay.
what we make out.
Good to know. Thank you very much. All right, staff report.
Not much to report on tonight. In terms of building permits and COs, IDEX will be requesting its CO in the next couple of weeks here. Planning staff has already gone out and done their inspection, and we're working on getting them into an escrow agreement for some smaller items. And then only The only other item is the 2024 schedule will start in January, so that will be one meeting per month. The first meeting being on Tuesday, the 16th, with the holiday Monday that week. So thank you all for a great 2023, and we look forward to working with you in 2024.
Thank you. Minor development reviews.
None at this time.
Administrative men report.
None at this time.
Correspondence.
None.
Very good. I'm trying to write something down here and don't have time because you're responding too quickly. Planning board comments. Actually, I have one just as a reminder. January, we hold elections for the officers of the planning board. That's all I got to say. Jim, did you have something?
I was just gonna say, thank you, staff, for an awesome 2023.
Yep, I echo that. If there are no more comments, I will take a motion to adjourn. Roger, do you want to adjourn? All right, Roger's just made a motion to adjourn and Rick has seconded it. If there are seeing no objections, we're adjourned. Thank you. And I want to thank all of you as well for the work over this last year. I think we've accomplished a lot. Thank you.